final day of our National ICT Summit. We're coming to you live from APEC Haus, Erakone, Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea. We're so glad that you are able to join us this morning on what a last 3 days it has been. Last 2 days, this is the third and the final day of our National ICT Summit. It's our inaugural National ICT Summit, and we have learned a lot of positive feedback we have received from our citizens, from our international partners, and even from our business community on how the ICT sector should function and how we can grow an inclusive, sustainable economy. As we begin today, I would like to invite us all to dedicate this moment to the Lord and seek His blessing on our discussions and on our deliberations this morning. In the book of Proverbs, today is the 12th of November, Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 24 says, "The hand of the diligent shall bear rule. Those that are diligent will be blessed." And it is our prayer that we'll be diligent in our work in the ICT sector. Those of us who are joining us live on NBC TV, on NBC Radio, and on our live stream pages, and our good people of Papua New Guinea, the message for us today is to be diligent about our business in serving our people and serving the Lord. With those words, I invite us to bow your heads with me as we offer this day into the Lord. Our gracious, loving Father in heaven, we thank you and praise you for your goodness and your mercy upon our lives. We thank you for this country, Papua New Guinea, where we are able to worship you in freedom. And we thank you for this National ICT Summit that is coming to its fruition in its third and final day today. Lord, we have covered a lot in terms of our thematic areas in the past 2 days. And today we look forward to engaging further with the industry, with our citizens, with the civil sector in matters relating to broadcasting and cybersecurity and cyber safety. Lord, we pray for your blessing upon our good minister, our secretary, and all the officers of the department. We thank you for the National Broadcasting Corporation, which is broadcasting, simulcast, and on live stream, the production and the National ICT Summit discussions today. We thank you for our regulator, NICTA. We pray that you will bless the board, the management, and all the staff as well. Lord, we commit this day into your hands, and we pray for your blessings. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Well, thank you, everyone. We give another special welcome to our people of Papua New Guinea who are joining us on the National Broadcasting Corporation service on our NBC radio. Thank you for hearing us and for tuning in to our simulcast as well. And we thank Mr. Coronel and Kevin Marai and the team who are working very hard to ensure that this broadcast goes out to all our good people of Papua New Guinea. We make a special mention for our regulator, NICTA. Thank you for also sponsoring this event and making it come to a success as it is today. We have our final day and we really look forward. Today will be a short day. We should finish after lunch. So we have a very packed program today, and we would like to go over our main events for today. And up on front here on stage, we have our Deputy Secretary for Policy and Emerging Technology, Mr. Phil Shongol. He will be taking us through the recap for the day. And next to him is our good Principal Legal Counsel, Mr. Olamoy Dabanamona Counsel. Thank you for your leadership, and we are very grateful that you will be moderating our first session for today. So without further ado, I'll invite our good Deputy Secretary, Mr. Shongol, to take us through our recap for yesterday and what we expect for the rest of today. Thank you, Deputy Shongol.
Thank you, MC. Very good morning to all of our listeners out there. What I will be doing today is to recap on the discussions that happened yesterday, and I'd like to take this time to thank all the presenters. I think yesterday's presentation was very constructive. We had some good recommendations coming from those that presented yesterday. So yesterday's presentations were on the the impact of digital transformation on the economy. We also looked at the smart applications. We looked at the digital on the ID and data. We also look at digital literacy and skills, as well as critical national infrastructure. So the discussions begin with the impact of digital transformation on the economy. But really the discussions yesterday, when we are talking about the digital transformation on the economy, the discussions yesterday was more focused on MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. So that is the trend that we are seeing in the policy. The discussions yesterday is pointing towards empowering MSMEs as the sector that has a lot of potential to accelerate economic growth in the country. So immediately after that, we also looked at the smart applications and the questions on how digital technology can be deployed or utilized to empower the MSME growth. So we have interesting presentation, but the key points that were highlighted during that presentation was one of the challenges that was raised was about information availability. And that's very important. The MSME needs to know what to do, how to go in terms of trying to set up their small businesses. So there is a need for information in this sector. We also looked at the importance of having a one-stop registration point, and that was emphasized during the presentation. And that is basically the ease of doing business. Also, the clear policy on digital technology supporting MSMEs and access to data for decision making. So those were the challenges, the issues that were highlighted during the presentation on smart applications. So these are actually pointing out the policy directions that we will consider. The other discussion now, we proceed with the digital ID and data governance. And we have a presentation from the Department of ICT, as well as from U-True, and of course, our national ID. I think the point that came out very strong during those presentations is to have a clear policy direction on data. And that is the challenge that we have. So you can see how this links back to the MSME. They're starving for data, for information, to make decisions on how to go about starting their business, prospering their business. So here the presentation on digital ID and data governance clearly points out that we need a clear policy on data, and that is the gap. We also, the presentations also highlighted some challenges on standards, and I take you from the Deputy Registrar, raises the question of what is standard public data. So we need to define those terms, and there is a policy challenge now. It comes back to the department on the policy on data. But one of the issues, or one of the challenges I see that was raised yesterday, and we can see the presentation by U-True. U-True is now going into providing as a service the digital ID for citizens. It's doing a good job providing digital ID for citizens, but that comes with a policy implication. We raised the question, should we leave the personal information of our citizens within the hands of the private sector or private entity? And the presentation yesterday also is showing us a trend that is happening globally now. And there is a trend where we will now have private entities now taking charge, providing as a service the digital identity for our citizens. And that identity can be used not only within Papua New Guinea, but you can use that as you travel out. Use those identity to identify yourself when you are transacting abroad. So it raises some policy implications here that we need to critically look at and think about this, because we are now, it's moving in a trend where we are going to place the personal information of our citizens in the hands of private sector. These are policy implications, and very good that the presentation has highlighted these trends that we're going to look at, consider in our policy. So the next presentation was on critical national infrastructure protection. I won't go in detail, but I think the strong message that came out during the presentation was on partnership and collaboration on protecting our critical national infrastructure. So we all understand that no entity will act alone in protecting its own infrastructure, but we need collaboration, partnership, and networking in order to provide a strong protection against on our critical infrastructure and services. But of course, that will need to come with a clear policy direction. And that was pointed out during those presentations. Right now, we don't have a clear policy direction on protection of our critical national infrastructure. So there is a gap, and there's a challenge and the issue raised in the presentation, and the department took that into account. The very interesting presentation was on disaster management and environmental issues. I think if you look at it, the institutions that manages all the disasters around the country play a very critical role. We need to elevate and put some priority on this. So the question we raise now is, how do we ensure that these institutions are enhanced by digital technology? And there are a number of presentations yesterday, how these institutions are venturing into deploying digital technologies to help them reach out during emergency and disaster. But the biggest challenges that many of them pointed out is basically the challenge that we already have in the market. It's about challenge about the connectivity. They also talk about the reliability. So it raises a policy question of how do we come in to assist? Do we consider this should be considered as part of the community obligation? What about the universal access scheme? Should we consider assisting in that area? So those are the policy considerations that are taken on board. So the last presentation was on digital skills and digital services. So it's very important because the uptake of digital services really depends on the digital skills, digital literacy level in the country. We had a number of presentations, and we know from these presentations that we already have the groups, the organizations that are they're existing and trying to help people to increase the level of digital literacy in the country. So the question we pose now is, how do the government step in to help these organizations that are already out there? It comes back to partnership and collaboration. And I've clearly pointed out that we need a clear policy and a clear strategy, a national strategy on digital skills and digital skills and literacy in the country. So these were just the main highlights from yesterday. I'm just pointing out the points from yesterday and the policy direction that is coming out from those discussions. So with that, I thank you all, and we look forward to our presentations for day 3. Thank you.
I'm sure you'll all join me in thanking our good Deputy for Policy and Emerging Technology, Mr. Phil Shongol. Thank you. One of the key points that he raised was the need for data sovereignty, so the data that belongs to our people are stored securely and in a manner that is that doesn't compromise the sovereignty of our nation. At the same time, while we are opening up our digital borders for collaboration, there's a fine balance that needs to be taken into. You know, our data contains information that is distinct and unique and as an advantage to our people. That's why our discussions for today, in our third and final day, centers around two of our last thematic areas. Thematic area number 10 is it's a natural transition from data and it goes to information. And information, especially as it deals with the media and broadcasting industry. And thematic area number 11 is the safety of that data and information. That's where cyber safety and cybersecurity comes in. And we will end today on that note with strategic risk management on how we manage all this, given the expectations that are out there. So to begin this morning, thematic area number 10 on media and broadcasting industry, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our moderator for this morning, our very own Principal Legal Counsel, Mr. Hoala Moy, and he will take us through and introduce the speakers, and we look forward to our discussion in that area. Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, through. Good morning, everybody. Suppose me saw talk plus play one by me. Good morning too. Yes. Also, pleasant. I'll also bid a good, very, very good morning to our online participants. Also, on simulcast to our NBC audience throughout the country. Glad to have you back here again for one lucky last day. Thematic area 10 deals with media and broadcasting industry. And before I identify who is going to present today, let me make a few comments so we can assist the audience understand a little bit about the policy issues related to media and broadcasting industry as part of the wider ICT policy in Papua New Guinea. Access to the media is widespread these days due to advances in smart mobile devices. I've got one. So phones, notepads, media pads, iPad, etc. And access to wireless networks which deliver the various media format to these devices. Now, various policy issues have come forth as a result of digital transformation within the media and entertainment sector, not only in Papua New Guinea, but the rest of the world as well. Such issues, a number of them, not all of them, for example, licensing of linked journalistic content. Now, like me, do you like sharing, for example, post-Korea headlines on Facebook? Do you like linking it back or sharing it to your Facebook profile? Do you do that? And for you online, do you do that? Legal story. Earlier this year, the Australian government wanted Google to pay for displaying local media content. In return, the tech giant threatened to disable its search engine in Australia. Now, a lot of observers and consumers wondered, could this set a precedent? Had never ever happened. In Australia, a sovereign government standing up to a multinational corporation and telling them, buy me, you're not free. Of course, you have a platform, but you're not paying for content. You're just putting up somebody's content without paying for it. You also traffic, not only traffic director, but you walk along, you see platform below you, long attracting more content, na salim goal all one consumers. And while you capture that audience, you are also making money at the same time. Why shouldn't part of that money go back to the owners of the content? What happened? Now, Australia proposed a bill that would oblige Google and Facebook to pay license fees to Australian media companies for sharing their journalistic content. Non-compliance would have occurred or incurred millions in fines. In response, Google threatened to block Australian users from accessing its search engine should the bill become law. Mel Silva, the managing director of Google Australia and New Zealand, told an Australian Senate committee, her company, Google, had no other choice but to block access to Google's search engine in Australia, should the bill be adopted in its current form, even though she said this was the last thing Google wanted. Mi less long rousim service for Google Australia. Mi less fighting brosa. Mi less. Now, the Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison in turn declared that his country would not be intimidated, saying, "We don't respond to threats." Prime Minister Morrison added that Australia makes our rules for things you can do in Australia. Those rules are passed in Parliament. Now, why did this confrontation escalate? Why legally story now come up some big la talk na online fighting borosna? Google said it was willing to negotiate with publishers, so the journalists or the media houses that were creating and publishing journalistic content. So Google said it was willing to negotiate with publishers over paying license fees for content. Google, however, argued that Australia's proposed law went too far. It would oblige Google to pay not only when providing extensive previews of media content, but also when sharing links to the content. This, said Silva, would undermine the modus operandi of search engines. The bill would also establish an arbitration model under which an Australian judge would determine how much Google should pay if the company fails to reach an agreement with a publisher. This mechanism polarized opinions, with Google arguing it produces an incalculable financial risk for the company. What's at stake? Search engines earn considerable amount from media content, whereas publishers earn little. So the policy issue there for Papua New Guinea, Post Korea is online, National is online. Trangu imi pasta imi sa Raskol PNV bus stop. 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 40 years ago, I remember as a kid paying 10 toy or 15 toy for Post Korea, and there was a newspaper called New Guinea News. So now I'm not at customer, not at line Raskol bus stop lo kisimol buy newspaper. Why? They're getting it for free. And so how are we remunerating the publishers in that respect? That's a policy question. Are they entitled to this new or the fourth industrial revolution, which has been backended by digital transformation? The world has changed. Now, look, we plan on open page and read. Can you hear paper shuffling? Can you hear that? No, God. Can you hear the pages shuffling? No. This is the new way of reading content. Are publishers entitled to what's generated out of that? Another issue is convergence. Through convergence, voice, data, and video can be delivered onto one device. Cross-media ownership. Media concentration has been an issue around the world. To some observers, the power of large corporations has never been higher. To others, the internet has brought openness and diversity. Which of these perspectives is correct? Why should one corporation own across different sectors and hold a monopoly over content, have direct control over what people read, hear, see every day, and therefore influence their minds? Also, a policy issue in relation to streaming. The entertainment industry and the music industry is close to my heart in this country. Pastai mimis ago na rausim 5 kina over the counter mila ki keset ya kisim putilo Walkman harim na samla blo ibla like save batteries I put in pencil go inside la spinning cassette lo ibla la harim narla sinsini again. Those days are gone. Tingin, those days are gone. There is a new business model. So we have moved from physical music distribution to digital platforms. In Tunes, one of our mobile operators in this country has a facility where you can actually download. Now we've moved on to streaming. Facebook, you don't download, you stream. But you have to pay, in some services, a subscription fee. So we've got MGEMS is a company, is a streaming app, Mobi Media International. So our friends from Mobi Media are actually online now. They will also present on that. But notice, even music streaming or streaming of videos on demand, if that service was available in Papua New Guinea. Personally, I'm a songwriter. Since Imlomi come up, hey, what's happening to my copyright? We have a government policy on copyright of copyright and neighboring rights, on collective management of copyright and neighboring rights. West all right, Lumimpla. So with that discussion, just to aid or kirabim tintin blo yumi stablong APEC Haus na or line blo yumi stablo country harim lo radio plugilo television na bieni yumi long all social media platforms. Bear it in mind. Scaling legal talk me make him. As I introduce our speakers, we have online Ms. Lorna McPherson, Vice President of Digital PNG. Also, I understand Ms. Lesia Livete, the CEO of EMTV PNG, and for EMTV PNG, Mr. Demas Keta, Head of Engineering, will make the presentation. Also, acknowledging Ms. Janand Reddy, the Managing Director for Click TV. And from Australia, I believe from the state of Victoria, Mobi Media, the Chief Executive Officer, Todd Emanuele, Dr. Cameron Jackson, who's the Chief Operating Officer, and Andrew Egan, the Chief Marketing Officer. Mr. Corano will not join us this morning. He's with the Minister for an urgent meeting. I also acknowledge Mr. Valina Roga, General Manager of Switch Marvin PNG Limited, and also acknowledging Ms. Yolanda Buff Matuk, who's the acting CEO for Kalang Advertising Limited, who I believe will share on the experience of streaming radio as a revenue stream. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, online. I'm actually by myself on stage this morning. If we can have Miss, I can see Mr. Ketan, is it? Demas Ketan. So if you're ready with your presentation, we'll start with you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, one and all. My presentation this morning basically is about digital connectivity and digital broadcasting, digital media. I'll start off with digital connectivity because basically that's bordering into also broadcasting. Now, many of us in the ICT sector and government take connectivity for granted, including, might I add, this summit. But the reality is there are so many people, communities, trying to gain access to digital networks, services to this day. In our country, Papua New Guinea alone, I believe, over 7 million people still do not have access to internet. And at a national scale, I believe it's also 90% of our people remain offline and unable to participate in the digital revolution. The digital divide has become an issue of public debate, and as we move an ever more connected world, those outside of it are inevitably left behind, far behind, but ahead or at a severe disadvantage. Basic services as healthcare, learning, banking, or commerce, to name just a few, become unreachable to those unable to connect. While much of the discourse around digital divide focuses on access, providing affordable connectivity is also a big challenge. Bridging the digital gap, bridging the digital divide will not be purely a public policy-led effort. Private enterprises, which I believe are already taking place as we speak, must also take a step forward and explore the options available to them to connect all in the community. Some private entities are providing some accessibility, connectivities, but at a price. The National ICT Summit 2021 is for us to find out how the ICT sector can play a role in keeping everyone connected, engaged in this digital revolution. An example, in education institutions have to accelerate their technology usage and investment to better engage students, our students, and show accessibility and to more effectively access to knowledge and progress while keeping their data secure. ICT providers showcase essential ways schools, universities, and colleges, or even lower level learning institutions can embrace technology effectively in order to improve students' experience in a hybrid learning world. They accelerate the decision-making process to be fast-paced, inclusive to meet our market demand. Now, education sector is mentioned here because that's where it all started. Now, my next discussion point is digital media worth doing well, and would it be ever realized? It is worth the investment or time, energy to produce high quality digital content, TV content, might I add, only for streaming or OTT platforms? No. No. Not only does excellent content reflect the purpose of the network, but it also more likely to make an impact on the audience, on your audiences, our audiences. Low quality content is easily overlooked. It's a switch off offense. It's a television switch off offense. Content, don't give your audience the opportunity to overlook the message you are trying to communicate simply because the quality of your digital content wasn't enough to hold their attention. Also, is it worth investing in the linear TV, digital terrestrial television? This is to complete now the media, digital media. As this day and age, Papua New Guinea viewing audience are, I believe, are very entitled to digital content produced by Papua New Guineans on their multi-channel, free-to-air digital networks, MTV, NBC TV. Both networks, might I add, also are producing digital outputs from their respective studios. The government must enable television switch over a reality, not just a concept for lengthy discussions. On the day of the digital switchover launch, the government must deploy free of charge sufficient decoders, 100,000 of them, 10,000 units could be distributed to state ministers and honorable members, departments, healthcare centers, and local government councils. Now, providing set-top box is, of course, a social service obligation by government that, among other things, will bring governance to the people, and bridge the knowledge gap between the government and the governed. Ladies and gentlemen, with a population of around 8 million, government administration will be transformed if and when each of the 0.1 million television households in the country can get a set-top box, and of course for free. It is believed that no major digital changeover initiatives can be realized unless set-top boxes are widely available and, of course, once more affordable. The channels dedicated to children's programs, sports, and churches are encouraged to participate here. These channels are also crucial for digital changeover success, and they can draw a large number of people to the digital terrestrial television platform. Still, on set-top boxes, prices is a critical aspect in making digital television access to the general public. Set-top boxes are a bare minimum in the realm of digital television broadcasting. Now, finally, according to NICTA ITU, digital switchover date was 31st of December 2017. That was the date almost 4 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keta, for an insightful discussion. And your points are noted, the concerns raised for our policy people within the Department of ICT who are listening in. But also not forgetting these are concerns that go out there to those of you online and for those of us here at the APEC Haus. The issue of when is the government going to go digital? We have started the process, but over the years, over successive governments, there has been no real action taken to implement that policy position. Well, until recently, because through our Minister for ICT, the Honorable Timothy Masio, we now understand that Cabinet has, in the case of National Broadcasting Corporation, approved funding to implement the analog to digital transformation. So we have made some, taken some action there, some positive action there, and we look forward to the rollout or to providing digital television, as well as engaging the benefits of going digital in terms of the radio coverage that NBC currently enjoys. I'm told that for today's session, we only have 2 presenters online, or at least 2 entities. I acknowledge Jen and Reddy. However, you will not present, you have just joined us online. Welcome nonetheless. Our next presenter, or the entity to present, we have on standby our friends from Mobi Media International. If you've heard of the M-Gems brand, they're not new to Papua New Guinea. They were here when Digital PNG Limited started off. They were responsible for all the content or the media and entertainment content that we enjoyed since 2009. They've moved on. However, they're presenting for us today. Please make welcome Mobi Media International, and for MGEMS, the CEO, Todd Emanuele, Dr. Cameron Jackson, and Aaron Egan. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks very much, Ola, and welcome everyone. It was a good introduction there, Ola, when we spoke about the music streaming and obviously the InTunes product with Digicel, because that was actually a product that we launched with Digicel back in 2010. So, you know, over 11 years ago. But listen, thanks very much for everyone to joining us. Obviously, our presentation is going to be about MGEMS Music, which is one of our components of our digital services with Mobi Media. And just a bit of background about Mobi Media. We've been operating since 2006 across the South Pacific Islands. We still have an operation group in Fiji. We obviously work with a lot of the telcos, the operators. But obviously, one of the components that's pretty close to our heart is obviously music, and obviously being you know, on the ground in the Pacific Islands, we actually see music as being one of the key components of the cultures across the islands. And one of the issues that we always used to see was there was never a platform for local artists to generate revenue. Also, there was no basically back-end catalog to digitize or to preserve the content, you know, back in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. So obviously, you know, our idea was to come up with a platform where, one, we can actually create an ecosystem for local artists today. And for that being, you know, they can upload their content, they can sign a contract with MGEMS, and basically they can then start to market their product. I mean, we help artists in terms of, you know, digitizing that content as well as creating artwork, but also showcasing how you can market your actual product online. Because, you know, a lot of the actual markets, obviously, apart from Fiji, you know, there is no performance rights association. So an artist, whether they, you know, back in the days, they create a CD, it would then get copied on the streets everywhere. So the only ways for an artist to generate money was actually doing a concert. And obviously, you know, since COVID's come along, you know, having that ability to create the concerts, that's been just, you know, diminished. So having the platform that we actually have, I mean, this platform's across both applications, so across on Android as well as on iOS. It's basically a music streaming platform. It also has video capabilities. We have podcasts as well as live streaming. And just sort of to talk about the this product is 100% local music, okay? And I suppose the commercial model, how we operate this is basically Mobi Media is the enabler. You know, we look for partnerships such as we've done in Solomon Islands as well as Tonga. Also, we've just inked a new relationship, joint venture, and that's actually ownership in the actual platform with the Central Music Association last week for PNG. But the product itself is we want this product to actually be, you know, the local product in these markets. So we assist in the best ways on how to actually promote, as well as provide the back-end technology on this actual product. You know, so we've got the music stream, we've got the video, the podcast, as well as the live streaming. And I'll probably just get Cameron to talk a bit about the, you know, the preservation of the legacy music.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Cameron here. So with the advent of new technology, often there are things that get compromised or sacrificed. And often in the music industry, one of the biggest sacrifices is old legacy content that was recorded originally on magnetic tapes, vinyls and whatnot. So part of MGEM's strategy throughout the Pacific, and what we've done very well in the Solomon Islands to date, is we've been able to access all the old content, all the old music, all the old artists, and bring them forward onto the platform and open up that access to new people and the new generation. And the effect of that is sort of twofold. music is in a lot of ways similar to fashion with clothes and whatnot. It works in cycles. So old content sort of revamps itself, it gets remixed, and people in the Pacific are very, talented at remixing songs. So it creates this entire ecosystem of bringing, monetizing old content and bringing it forward. So MJAMS has recently signed a partnership with the CMA, which will make this same principle possible within Papua New Guinea and bring all that content up into the 21st century. Yep. Oh, yeah. So the other thing that MJAMS engages to do is it's also about having that culture of the music within the Pacific Islands to spread and bring the opportunity to FMCGs and whatnot to promote their primary business through the culture of music. There's a lot of brands that are within Papua New Guinea, the Papua New Guinean owned brands that can capitalize on the local music, and you create this sort of synergy between the brands promoting the local content with themselves and also create new businesses and jobs and opportunities for artists to promote their music through these channels. Ourselves, we've had success with this model in numerous markets. Todd ran a very successful campaign with Coca-Cola in Myanmar, where Coca-Cola sponsored the music app to be distributed amongst the people in Myanmar. So this model itself is something we definitely would consider or would love to do for Papua New Guinea as well.
Cool. Hey guys, pleasure to be here. So MJAM's success, it's not just something that we're looking to do, it's something that we've already done, as expressed by the boys in our operations in the Solomon Islands. We're very fortunate enough to have access and give opportunity to over 350 artists in the Solomons. With that, over the last 2 years, we've been able to give away and hand out over $300,000 worth of royalties to these artists. And what that means is, as we've said, we create an ecosystem where we're enabling artists. So by paying them, they now have the funds to go and create more content, which is then uploaded to MJAMS. Another feature that we've expressed is the capabilities of video. Since COVID, things like concerts have become a thing of the past. I know they're coming back into popularity now due to the ease of restrictions, but these over the last 2 years have been something that artists have missed. And they were a key factor in earning income, obviously previously. Through our platform, obviously in the Solomon Islands, we were able to host the first ever virtual concert. With that, we were able to generate income for artists, but more importantly, we enabled and were able to allow their fans to listen in on them. Something from one of our partners.
Yeah, g'day. So I'd just like to sort of introduce one of our partners in the Solomon Islands, Kira Weirwell. So as Aaron mentioned earlier, we've had a lot of success with the platform in the Solomon Islands. And we've been working very closely with the artists within the Solomon Islands to promote the music content. We've learned a lot of lessons from operating within that environment, and it's been incredibly fruitful. And we're really glad to have Kira involved, who will be heading up our business in the Solomon Islands. There's a task as well part of MJAM's approach is to centralise local artists as well, create a library that's able to interface with all the artists as well. So the fragmentation of the content, as well as what I touched on earlier about the older content, is also a challenge which we're willing to take on to form part of the success of MJAMS. So is there? Yep. Yeah, so I think we might have chewed up our 10 minutes, but yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Cool. Thank you, Ola, and everyone who's listened in.
Yeah.
Let's please, those of us here in Port Moresby, give a round of applause for Todd Emanuele. You're rock stars. Can you hear the clapping going on? Todd Emanuele, Dr. Cameron Jackson, and Aaron Egan. I've got a guitar here. You want to do a virtual concert? Yes. Okay. So that's our second and last presentation for this morning. Please don't stay online. And I hope Mr. From MTV, Mr. Ketani is also online for any questions. Now I'm checking, would you believe it? 20 years ago, 40 years ago, I couldn't do this. We had to read from placards held up in front of the camera. So I'm reading from my phone, thanks to digital transformation. Waiting for your questions online. Do you have any questions to ask? I know a lot of my music colleagues from Papua New Guinea spend a lot of eyeball hours on the phones. So send us those questions. But just going back to Todd and the boys, quickly 2 points. Legacy content and benefit sharing. Do you want to speak to those 2 points? Now, there's an opportunity for the independent state of Papua New Guinea to commercialize archive content belonging to the state. Our state broadcaster, as you know, in Papua New Guinea is the National Broadcasting Corporation, which literally has a treasure trove of sound recordings, pre-independence to post-independence, which can be commercialized. I mean, I grew up, most of us, as most of us have in this room, grew up listening to analog radio, the good old NBC, transistor radios. So that's where you got your news from, your entertainment from, your latest music from. So all that is archived away at 5 Mile or in each provincial radio station in their archives. Now, I understand NBC has a digitization project and they are converting all the analog recordings into digital format. So we have a treasure trove, not only restricted to NBC archives, but a lot of legacy content that can be commercialized to generate money for the independent state of Papua New Guinea as the owner of the sound recordings, and where there are songs for the copyright owners as well. So if you could also speak to that point and how MGEMS and the Central Music Association, I know the president or the interim president, Alan Keria, is not online, but if you can speak to that point, how you're going to work in Papua New Guinea to also monetize, but grant access to all the archived content. That's point number one. Also, number two, how in Solomon Islands and Myanmar, where MGEMS has already been out there, how do the owners of content monetize, receive money, or how do you share benefits as a result? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ola. So to the first point is, you know, how do we actually monetize? How do an artist get payment? Socially monetize.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
How do artists get? Yeah.
Sorry, are you wanting us to chat?
That's right. That's right. I couldn't hear your audio, so go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So how we actually run the monetization in Solomon Islands now is obviously it's a subscription service. So we run that through our telecom, which is the local incumbent mobile operator. And basically part of that is similar. You have different bundles as part of your prepaid service. So the users actually pay to access the content. And obviously what we do is we do a revenue share with the actual telco operator. And then from that, we actually do we have a pool of funds that's basically left with the artist. And then as the artist, you know, how many streams they've had per songs, which is basically what we dividend out. The best way about doing that, it's a little bit different model as opposed to say a Spotify where you're paying a per stream at a fixed rate, because the issue we actually have in the emerging markets, as well as obviously the islands, is we don't have enough data. Okay, data is still expensive, so you're only going to get a couple of streams a day. You know, no one's going to be streaming for an hour or 2 hours because people just don't have access to that data. So obviously, and if we did that and we were doing a Spotify model where it was only paying 2 cents per stream, it wouldn't be worthwhile. So in some cases, some months, some artists are actually getting, basically 20, 25 cents USD per stream, because this model works today. Okay. Obviously, and then what we do, we reconcile. So artists have back-end access to the actual platform itself. They can see the streams. They've got access to the whole metadata in terms of streams per day, the date of the stream, the time of the actual stream. So we provide those reports to artists every single month. And then we basically, we have a 30-day payment terms with the operator. So effectively it's about 60 days for the artist to get paid. And listen to what we actually do it. The easiest way for us at the moment is we utilize Western Union. It's quite simple. It's been used. It's effective at the moment. So that is the way. In terms of the legacy content, one of the things, Ola, that we've seen is governments and radio stations have a list of all that archive content on cassettes, records. So what we've been doing in some of the markets is we're converting the analog to digital. We've got a couple of devices that we utilize. Sometimes we actually don't capture a lot of the content. We need the album artwork. But what we start to do is we start creating the metadata. So, and just to be clear around what a metadata is, it's the type of, the artist, the songwriter, the name of the song, the images of the actual album artwork, the genre of the actual, the music itself. So we're starting to create that. And, instead of it being sitting on the background, not being played, we can then start to monetize it via, streaming platforms. Okay. So it doesn't necessarily have to just solely be on MJAMs, but it could go on iTunes, but, we've set it up where, that content can be actually played and distributed on multiple platforms around the world.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It's not only restricted to just audio or music, you're also doing video on demand. And yeah, I think we have a lot of content creators in Papua New Guinea. I remember one of my good old friends, the famous Elton, the stand-up comedian. He also does content as well. I'm sure he'd love to join the MJAMs Papua New Guinea entity that you mentioned, together in a partnership with Central Music Association. So we exciting times for the future in Papua New Guinea. Going to Facebook, uploading to YouTube and Spotify, not healthy, doesn't generate financial returns. MJAMs has actually worked in the Solomon Islands. You are in Tonga as well?
Correct. Yep. We've
in Fiji as well.
Yeah, correct. So we've just launched, and listen, we have launched across Indonesia as well. India, we were the fourth biggest music streaming application in India. Some of those assets have been unsold. But yeah, you're right. I mean, listen, it's just not about music. Music can also then be created in podcasts. We also do video content, as well as obviously what we said before, live streaming. We're now working with one of our partners now in creating NFTs around music, which is a new way, a new revenue line, a new platform. We're also creating smart contracts as well. But listen, we see our role here, Ola, in the Pacific is really the enabler. We've got technology. We understand markets in terms of emerging markets where you skip technologies, okay? You spoke about it before, you've got the phone, you've got the iPad, you've got the laptop, where markets, what happened is they're skipping technology. They're now suddenly getting a $30, $40 smartphone. So how do they stream? How do they know where to go? How do they actually Google? So we work with operators as well as brands to bring those hurdles down, so we can actually deliver it directly straight to the user.
Thank you so much, Todd. Now I want to take this time to give a chance to Mr. Ketan. Thank you for remaining online. Some final remarks from you.
Thank you. My final remarks is basically the question of the government adopting and enabling the digital switchover of television in the country. I know this time and age, a lot of people have been exposed to, and we've just been talking about this is the summit of digital revolution, and our people, the Papua New Guineans, deserve to be deserve digital television where they have a choice of multi channels on one box, and of course a lot more clearer, and of course they'll be watching particularly through NBC TV and MTV. They are able to watch programs, local programs produced by Papua New Guineans.
Thank you, Mr. Ketan, for those points. Very important, the importance of giving access to the rest of the country to join the new digital world, if I can use that phrase. I don't think we have any more questions from our online audience, but please, thank you. Put your hands together for those of us here at the APEC Haus. To Todd, Cameron, and Aaron, thank you so much for joining us. And Mr. Ketan, thank you so much for joining us during this thematic area discussion around those policy issues that are so important to us and very relevant under the theme or sub-theme media and broadcasting industry. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude and hand over to Mr. Waruba, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, but also to underline the importance of how or whether we have policies, legislations, and regulations, us as government, in regards to cross-media ownership, let alone whether we have sufficiently created for the policy issue of cross-media ownership in the current and evolving environment. Also highlighting the issue of whether we should have a dominant player in terms of content delivery is concerned, and whether that content deliverer should have unfettered leeway in providing content to a captured audience, and whether that may or has resulted in monopoly in both the delivery and content aspect of the business. And lastly, the question of can a state be empowered where necessary to exercise control to ensure cross-media ownership? And those are the policy issues that we touched on, whether government through policy can be empowered to act in the interest, in the national interest, in the interest of national security, and in the interest of consumers and consumer rights. Whether we have those policies and legislations in place, or whether we should start working now. With all that, or with those few remarks, thank you so much. I'll hand over to Mr. Waruba. Thank you.
Well, that was a very interesting discussion, and I picked up a lot. Thank you, our good counsel, Mr. Moy. Thank you very much. May those of us who are continuing to join us on our NBC TV and radio, thank you for joining us. You know, we are transitioning towards a very interesting time in our economy, and technology has democratized. The word is, it has democratized how we do business. You don't have to be a journalist now to report news. You just need a Facebook account and you're reporting news, but it must be real news and not fake news. And similarly as well, you don't have to own a shop, physical shop, to actually do business today. You actually just need to have a Shopify account, and then you can actually do online business. You don't need logistic and warehousing. That's all managed. You just need a credit card with some money, and you're in business. So, Council, thank you very much, because in the music industry as well, we have all these models, our current models that we used to enjoy in the last 10, 20 years, they've all become obsolete, and we need to keep up with the latest technologies and how that affects policy. Those are very good feedback as well. So Council, thank you. If I can, you're free to excuse yourself while we transition into our next segment for today. And you know, it's very interesting at this time because before we go into our thematic area number 11, I would like at this juncture to use my discretion as the master of ceremony to switch over to Ley Moresby Province, to our good university, Unitec, and our ICT manager there, ICT director, Mr. Russell Decker. Namesake, good morning. Bueno Malana, how are you? Can you hear me? I think you're muted.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, morning, Olga.
Okay, namesake,
thank you,
we're very happy. So, namesake, Unitec is of course our premier technology university in the country. At the same time, we understand that Unitec is hosting a very critical infrastructure, which is the country code top level domain name service, the .pg. So we would like to just give you these few moments to share with the country now and all the people that are here, the importance of that infrastructure and how it can be best protected and how it can best be used in the time of digital transformation we are in. So namesake, I'll give you a few minutes and you can do that. And then we can transition to our next part of our program. Thank you.
Thank you, namesake, Deputy Secretary Russell Wolba, and morning, Olga. Please present my presentation. My name is Russell Decker Harada. I'm originally from Japan, but been here in PNG almost 24 years. So me Papa Gurano PNG na Tambu belum literatura. So next slide, please. Current my work role is director of ICTS, but back to one page. But my philosophy is always a better providing a better education with ICT, and the true of this University of Technology, which leading technology university in PNG, will provide a better education, not best. Next slide, please. So PNG Unitec ICTS is a country code top level domain registrar and administrator. This is a .pg domain owner, and since 1998, we didn't review current .pg domain name registration policy statement. You can find this policy statement on the internet, but we didn't review past almost 30 years. So under the University ICT Policy Advisory Committee, we created the DNS Policy Review Working Group, and now time to change. We have to review this policy and we have to do more marketing. Next slide, please. Currently, we only have 2,000 plus domain users, .com.pg. But you know, in PNG, this IPA registered company is more than 100,000, which means a majority of PNG registered, PNG operated company not using this .com.pg domain rather than .com, or some Australian-based company still using .com.au. And also we have to make some marketing. Currently, no one knows how to apply .pg domain, and the Unitec is a registrar and administrator. So we have to do more marketing by social media platform or even some legacy media like newspaper, MTV, many things we have to do more marketing. And also currently, we fill the PDF form and attach the email and the contact to our administrator ready, but we have to create an online portal site like a dns.net.pg, and then people can check availability, like appleman.com.pg is available or not. We can check it immediately. And also we have to, under the Department of ICT, we have to regulate this .government.pg rules, and also regulate .com.pg rules. And also we have to create a new category .edu.pg. Currently in PNG, we have a .ac.pg for academic institution. This .ac.pg domain for only university and college. But how about the primary school, secondary school? That's why we create a new category, this .edu.pg. Next slide, please. So this morning discussion point is this .government.pg rules. Like LIVESTREAM authority, currently they have this LCA.government.pg, but we regulate like a district name, province name, .government.pg or not. We need to discuss. And also .com.pg rules, like a heavy access user, you can search a website like a .com.pg and you can see top 100 site is mainly financial institutions like a BSP, Kina Bank, and this Money Plus, and many financial institutions become a top 100 users. So we can currently we'll charge 100 Kina per year fixed amount of registration fee, but we regulate such kind of heavy industry. We can charge to 10,000 Kina per year or not. And also I stated this new .edu.pg domain rules. It's a registered DHAS, NDOE, and the National Training Council recognized institution only allowing, or even some private like driving school or cooking school also can get this .ed.pg domain or not. And also in Australia, as you know, March 24 next year, they will open the second level domain for .au. That like rasodeca.au, we can apply. So in the future, .pg also we will open the second level domain like rasodeca.pg or onetalk.pg or not. We need to discuss. I think that's all my presentation and conclusion. This .pg domain is our internet flag of PNG, like a national identity. But many people, they don't know the importance of this national identity. And also we have to do more marketing, but at the same time, we have to consider the domain security and the .pg not become a junk space. So we'll slowly move forward and to provide a better education with digital technologies. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, namesake. Very good presentation, very short. You have stuck to your side of the bargain. So I think we have a few minutes just to get some reaction from the department and from those who are here. I think we can all agree that .pg is very important, and the critical infrastructure which Unitec is managing on behalf of the country. And we thank you and our good Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ora Ranagi, and the team for doing that for us. We need to grow the .pg. And I believe that's very important. And all of us need to do that together as you suggested in the marketing. Now, we have got in touch with you to have an MOU so that the .gov.pg, we will have to implement the standards. So the standards will be done by the department through our digital standards.
Yep.
And then the implementation will be done by you. Is that right?
Yep.
Yes. So that's for the .gov.pg. Now,
yes. So currently on your website, ICT.government.pg, we can find this document, PNG Digital Government Service Domain Name Standard, just draft, but we have to release a draft document and we have to publish as soon as possible.
That's right. That's right. So just a bit of history on the Unitec, and we thank our good chairman from NICTA for sharing, because he was there and he was one of those that started up and brought the internet to this country. So it was on 26 September 1991 that the database for top level .pg was recorded, and PNG became the 67th country in the world to be connected. Please you by the hand on this line. And we thank those who have gone before, like Mr. Mobia and many others, so that .pg database was created and located in Melbourne University. And then it has come this far. And we are so thankful that the good work needs to be continued. And these suggestions that have been offered here by our good ICT director is one that we all need to work together to grow the economy. When we get more companies, SMEs are registered, like Desmond mentioned yesterday. As they are registered, they need to have a website. And those websites need to have a .pg name. So we direct traffic to the country and we grow the economy here. And the fees, we may have to look at that so that we give the growth to the .pg, .com.pg. And I believe the schools as well, like you mentioned, the driving schools, the secondary schools, the naming standards for our local level government, those have been factored into our standards. So I would invite you, those who are here and those who are watching and listening, to check out the ict.gov.pg website for the draft standards. They're out there, and also check out the Unitec website as well to check on the policies regarding that. Namesake, we want to assure you that the department and the government is committed for us to grow the .pg domain. And we believe as we finalize our MOU, we should be able to continue to offer that partnership between us and the university to do that. Please pass our best wishes to our good Vice Chancellor and all the staff and all the students at Unitec. And we continue to support you as you deliver better education to ICT for the country. So thank you, everyone. Please let's thank once again our good ICT director for Unitec, my good namesake, and we can now, so you can follow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, thank you.
Thank you, namesake. Buena tuna. Okay, thank you. We shall now proceed, and we thank our good ICT director from Unitec. We shall now proceed to our thematic area number 11, and that is on cyber safety and cybersecurity. Well, this next thematic area needs no further introduction because that has been the interest in this country in the last week or so. And what do we need to do as a country to elevate cybersecurity in the corporate level, at the government level? And our good Prime Minister gave his commitment to the support. We already have current existing support to the Australian government, to the National Cybersecurity Centre. How do we operationalize it? How does the industry get engaged through the CERT and through our current cybersecurity operating center? So to lead us in that moderation is Judith Ellerstein. Judith is joining us from Washington, DC. Judith, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Hi, Judith. We are so sorry for the time difference, but I believe you are.
Early. It's actually earlier. It's only 10 p.m. here, so we were actually starting a lot, like at least a half an hour earlier than we planned. So I'm hoping that all of our panelists can make it. But as Ola was saying, this panel is extremely important, and the department has put out a cybersecurity policy. They are working with another consultant, MITRE Corporation, to work on a cyber security strategy. And they are also looking at beefing up and expanding the cyber center. But as this panel is focused on cyber safety.
Right. Yeah. So the discussion with MITRE is still in progress, so we have not agreed yet. So maybe just at the policy level, but that's yet to be taken care of. Yeah. But thank you, Judith. I shall let you. You have a full swag of team here.
So yes, so I will give you a little introduction.
Sure. Go ahead.
To the people and to the panel. So the panel is going to focus on cyber safety, and as we know, cyber safety refers to the safe and responsible use of ICT, and is about keeping information and data safe and secure, but it's also about being responsible for that information and being respectful of other people online and good use, what is called good etiquette, internet etiquette. As we know, as you saw during the whole last month of October, the department is looking at promoting effective cyber service and cyber awareness. And a key step of that is developing a thriving internet ecosystem so that consumers and businesses can have confidence they need to undertake transactions online. And it is really important that DICT work closely with all the agencies in insisting every agency, civil society, academics, and others to improve their cyber hygiene, increase their awareness of cyber threats, and provide resources to help agencies ensure that critical infrastructure and services are protected. They are also going to be working closely with the educational sector to increase awareness of digital safety, cyber awareness, and data privacy and data protection. As we see from all around us, cyber threats are on the rise. And if you saw the daily messages that the DICT was promoting on their social media in part of the October cyber awareness campaign, you'll see how important it is that everyone, as they said, and as Paxson and the Cyber Smart Pacific are talking about, cyber up their experience. They need to step up their digital safety, step up all types of security. We talked the campaign that was had that Georgina posted daily messages on talks about the need to upsize your passwords, make them harder to crack, upgrade to two-factor authentication, protect accounts with another layer of security, uphold your privacy by taking control of personal information. Like, do not engage in quizzes on Facebook. All they're trying to do is get some more private information for you so that they could actually steal some information from you. So don't take quizzes. Don't give out more information than others need. Just give out the minimum information and update your apps and devices. You need to keep the bugs and the viruses out. And so as we look at this panel, we're going to look towards asking us several different questions, such as what are the key steps the government should take to create a safe and secure and resilient cyber environment? How do we promote collaboration between government, academia, and key cyber security institutions, including cooperation for international partners? And how do we educate our people on cybersecurity and how important it is, and what are the challenges and opportunities? So we'll do this by having we have 6 different speakers today. We have Solomon Wesley Sua, who is present on site, and he's the head of cybersecurity, a PNG company. We have David Tekwe, who's the founder and director of ARC Cybersecurity. We have Deborah Ake, who's here on site, who's ISACA's president and manager of information security and compliance. We have Robin Prasad from Cybernetic Global Intelligence. We have Nathaniel Polmont, who's a student, and he's doing his master's in cybersecurity. And then we have our own Ms. Andy Nongas, who's the manager of consumer affairs at NICTA, and is going to also be talking about all the efforts that NICTA is doing on cybersecurity. And at the end, afterwards, Georgina Keeley will give some other remarks. But first, I want to bring it over to Solomon, and I know he's here on site. And so hopefully he can take us away. And each of the panelists is going to have about 9 minutes. And I have handy dandy signs that tell people when they need to speed up and finish up their presentations. So I hand it over to Solomon, and we look forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Thank you, moderator. It is a privilege to be part of this inaugural ICT Summit. On cyber safety and cyber issues, while my slide is up, I am actually the CEO and founder of a company called Cybersecurity PNG Limited. And we are I'm privileged to take this bull by the horns and challenge. And we started this company in 2019. And we're proud to call ourselves a pioneer in the country as we take on the challenges. So today I'll be talking on, I have 9 minutes, and on the cyber safety issues and cyber security. There was a discussion on the critical infrastructure, but I'll be talking on the safety on the critical infrastructures and new and emerging threat that is happening in the world, and Papua New Guinea, we are also faced with this. So a little bit of a blurry there, but it is actually the team, and that's so a brief introduction on myself. So can go to the next slide. Probably can go. That's the yep. So the slide there, but I put something on called cyber threat is a digital pandemic. So the country like Papua New Guinea and the world is faced with two pandemics. One is in the healthcare, and that is the COVID-19. But the other one is in the digital, and we call it the digital pandemic, in actually the ransomware variant, a variant of cyber attack that is taking a lot of companies, government agencies, departments all across the globe, and PNG. We have just witnessed our share of it. Their companies and their private, even IT companies, they've been attacked by ransomware, but I cannot disclose. I don't have the consent, but there are, and the obvious one that we saw was the Department of Finance. So it is a digital pandemic that is facing us. And we have two to fight. One is healthcare and one is a digital one. The next slide, please. Yeah, sorry. Okay. There you go. That's testing it. Yep. Oh, back. Go back. Sorry. Actually, there was a slide on operational technology. If I can go to that one, yes. Operational technology is, we are aware of IT, that's the information technology, but operational technology is a poor guy that is doesn't have the critical controls and doesn't have a safety by itself. So operational technology is basically using machines to control critical infrastructure, such as our power generation facilities, our water treatment facilities. These are what we call, they're operating on the OT side. And unfortunately, OT side was designed to operate in an environment where there is no IT to protect itself. So that is the operational technology side of where our critical infrastructure is operating on. And the critical infrastructure is very critical because if we have a power outage or a water treatment facility outage, then the economy of our country depends on that. So most of the focus, we focus on the IT, but the guy that is actually doing the dirty job and doing the nuts and bolts is the OT infrastructure. And there is a guy that doesn't have protection, and that is, it makes our PLCs, it makes our other machines that are controlling our critical infrastructures. So there is a OT. OT is basically tools that are used to control actual machines. Then we come with IT. IT is actually, we are storing message, information, data, we're retrieving them. And most of our discussion is on the IT side. So our next slide is on the basic on IT. What is IT? So that's information technology. So that's, we are all out of this. So now we go to the next slide where the two come and meet. And that's where my point of interest is. There was a time when OT operates on itself and IT on itself. But now we have a convergence. There's a handshake between IT and OT. And viruses and cyber attacks and all these threats are coming off the IT. So once there's a convergence, that's when the viruses and the cyber attacks from IT now pass over into the OT. And the poor guy doesn't know how to protect against attacks. So that's where the problem is now. We have a convergence, and that has already happened. Now our engineers, for instance, from PNG Power, they might not want to drive by road to Yonki or up to Rauna. They want to access the SCADA system, let's say remotely. Because SCADA is an OT, And now they're using a laptop that is from the IT now. If the laptop is infected, then it can pass across the OT infrastructure and take down the whole power grid. So we have to, the next slide, we look at the, like there was Papua New Guinea's critical infrastructure. So I want to touch on three main, which are the nerve of our economy. One is the power generation, distribution, and transmission and distribution. Generation is we're looking at like place like Yonki, place like Rauna. Or distribution is, transmission is our power lines, bringing the power to us consumers. And the distribution is where the ECP comes in and distribute the power, and control is there. And that is on the power side. On the airports, like National Airports Corporation, they may use about 7 or 8 systems to control their cargo, control all of the handling. So flight information, all that is operating out of the information operational technology, OT side. So now the risk is that when we go from OT into IT, that's where the convergence happens, and that's where the risk comes through. So you might hear of the popular one is called the Stuxnet. You know, there was a Natanz nuclear facility in Iran. Somebody brought in a flash drive to fix something on the PLCs that are working on the enriching of the uranium for the nuclear plant. The technician brought in a flash drive, which was earlier plugged into an IT system. Whoever the technician is brought that, and that network is air-gapped, meaning that there's no actual connection between the OT and IT. But because of the technician bringing the flash drive and put into that one, thousands of centrifuges were blown out. And that is an example of how the threat comes in from the OT into the IT. So now the point that I'm interested in talking about is who are the threats? And today I want to tell us that we don't only have human threats, we have machine threats, and that is the scary part. They only attack on a weekend, on a Friday afternoon, like what happened in Bangladesh Central Bank. The cyber hackers, they infiltrate the system of the central bank on a Friday afternoon. Because it's a Muslim country, Friday was coming, everybody was rushing to home. They took control of the network, and they did a transaction request of $1 million to the US Central Reserve Bank. It was Friday afternoon. Nobody was there to monitor the system. So they actually did. They made one mistake, is that they put a street called some street name was a name of a ship that was on the blacklist or on the sanction list by the US, and that ship was owned by Iran. If it was not for that, 1 billion would have been transferred out on that weekend, on a Saturday morning, because Friday they closed up. But unfortunately they stopped, but luckily they made out with $81 million. And that money ended up in the Philippines. Why? Because Philippines have a strong regulation with the secretive laws that you cannot check someone else's bank accounts. And then they have a casino industry where thousands were cashed out of the casino. That's what happened. That's the dangerous trend that we're having. So now the question, or the threat, is that these threats are powered by artificial intelligence. And that is something that is scary. And as we work on this policy, I am happy that, you know, the Prime Minister made his commitment. I appeared on Post Korea, they interviewed me twice. The last one was I called on the government of the day to pass the Digital Government Bill 2021. Unanimously and with bipartisan, because we need this one. Cyber attacks, cyber security threats transcends political boundaries. It doesn't matter which aisle of the house you sit on. These things are critical because they will affect our economy. And if there is a cyber attack on critical infrastructures, there won't be any planes traveling out. There won't be any power. There won't be any water. Imagine somebody goes in and play around with the chlorine level of our water at the Mount Iriyama. We all be poisoned. These are the real threats that are happening on our OT infrastructure. So the threat today is that it is being powered by artificial intelligence. So the challenge on us is that I want my machine to know me. I want my machine to, my laptop to know me, how many emails that I send in a week, how many correspondence that I make with, let's say, my good brother secretary. He must know that, the machine must know me. So when I'm out away on a weekend, the machine will know exactly what I normally do. So if I keep deleting so many files and encrypting, that is not my normal way of doing business, because the machine will know me based on my data, that it will do a profile of me, and the machine must know me. Today, the machine doesn't know me. If I go out, it must know that I'm going for a coffee machine. Probably the machine in the kitchen must be a smart device that tells me that I need this much sugar and this much, all that. So the machine must know me. And then I can be away on a weekend, the machine can look after me. When there's a cyber attack on a weekend, that's enough. I don't need 1,000 cybersecurity personnel to man my OT. The machine will know me and will look after me. So that way we cut down on the cost, and that's what cybersecurity PNG we have been advocating on. That we see that our skills gaps are low, technology is going ahead. There must be somebody that do help me, and that I see that artificial intelligence is the only guy that can help me, because he will know me, he will know my IT engineers day-to-day tasks, what he normally do, how many users he creates, and then from data that is already available from someone who left earlier, they will do what we call a digital ID of individual companies and government departments. And then only the guy will protect me, because the current landscape is very scary. These are coming with more sophisticated and more coordinated, and with the use of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So our challenge now is that to protect us going into the future, we must deploy artificial intelligence into our defenses, cybersecurity defenses. And that's what cybersecurity PNG we have been advocating on, and all our solutions we provide to customers. We make sure that cybersecurity is built in, and artificial intelligence, automation, autonomous functions must be enabled. Today we are automated in tasks that you want to go out. IT guys would put a script or a policy or on a let's say email filter saying that this much of email come, quarantine it, delete it, release it. That is all automated. But we need autonomous solutions. Autonomous is that the machine must be smart, operate in environment, know the environment, and come up with strategies to combat the threats that are facing today. So my talk on today is basically on how we can protect the operational technology side of our economy, because that is very critical. And we are faced with a threat that is powered by machine learning. So we are fighting a war that is cyber, like an offensive warfare powered by artificial intelligence. So if you want to defend, the defensive warfare must also be powered by artificial intelligence. So that's what we've been advocating on, and my slides are a little bit what there, but that's the idea. We have to, we thank the Prime Minister, and we're happy that he passed the digital government bill. And the solution forward is, first is Digital Government Bill 2021. I've seen it. Thank you for the department doing as a job well done. That's the way forward. We must take control of it. We must know what they're putting in each of the government departments and all the other agencies. And tell you, there could be Windows, Microsoft Office 2010 still operating in finance department. Maybe that's where they came in, for instance, because that's already phased out. Everything must be, and I know the cost is in there also. That's where the government is to empower DICT, so it will streamline all that, the cost will come down. Otherwise, to get up so many users, and we have so many same servers being purchased by all the government department, that will not help. So we are faced by a threat that is powered by artificial intelligence. And Deputy Secretary, the solutions we need also must be powered by artificial intelligence. That's what cybersecurity we are here to offer for the country, and we are driven by passion and patriotism to make sure that we go in line and in pace with the developed world and others are going. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary.
Yes, thank you so much, Solomon, for this great presentation. I think it will stimulate a lot of questions for the audience. So next up in the lines is Mr. David Tekwe. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name too badly. And he is the founder and director of ARC Cybersecurity Consultants. And I believe he's presenting virtually as well. So
correct, yes.
Great. Thank you, David. And you have 9 minutes, and I will put out my handy dandy slides showing when it's time to go.
Awesome.
So That way you could look up. So we look forward to your presentation.
Okay, can you see my slide?
In a minute. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everybody. Firstly, my congratulations to the team at the ICT for staging this very insightful and very, I guess, valuable conversation so far. I've been watching from the very beginning, and it's been nothing but value exchange. And I congratulate Secretary Matanaho and your amazing astute team in the department for a job well done so far. And it is our honor and privilege to be part of this conversation leading into the future as well. So my name is David Tekwi. I am the founder and director of ARC Cybersecurity Consultants. We are a cybersecurity and software engineering consultancy firm based in Brisbane, Australia, and also recently extended services to Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea. And today I'll be talking about the software ecosystem and supply chain security. My talk is, although it's primarily intended for those in ICT management and ICT technical leadership roles, it is also relevant to anybody in the ICT space or cybersecurity space, or those that are students and choosing to venture into the space as well, or just anybody really in general. I hope that the technical jargons are not too much for you, and that the message does get across to you as well. All right. So I want to start off by saying this: data is the new oil. In our industry, we know that data is the new oil. Whoever controls the access and regulation of data ultimately controls its environment and its entire existential dynamics. Now, this is something that I'd like each and every one of us to ponder on for a bit, or basically just keep in mind as we proceed through the conversation today. Now, we've had a very good introduction from Brother Solomon Wesley Sua regarding the threats that are available and how these attack vectors are vulnerable to threats today. So keeping in mind, data is the new oil. Data, whoever controls access and regulation of data ultimately controls everything to do with data. Now, I want to share a little bit on the practical steps of reducing risk in the software ecosystem and the supply chain. These are some practical steps that I came up with, or that I use and I apply in my line of work. And these are 5 practical steps I came up with, which I'd like to encourage anybody in who's watching today to also just keep in mind. It's not anything fancy. It's just practical steps, as the word says, which you can use and apply in your line of work as well in ICT, as a manager in ICT, as a head of ICT in your state department or in your organization, or just basically as someone in a managerial role, if you are in that bureaucratic level as well, that you can apply these practical steps to your ICT team and to the technical team going forward. Now, first things first, practical step number 1. Make cybersecurity the first order of business in any ICT conversation today. I cannot stress that any further than that. Cybersecurity, unless it's the first order of business, everything else is basically valueless. Why do I say that? Cybersecurity is the most relevant topic in ICT today. That is for sure. Fancy ICT infrastructures and cool software products are valueless without cybersecurity at their core. Everything that has a bit or a byte footprint is susceptible to some form of cybersecurity risk. And a cybersecurity or cybersecurity-centric approach will also allow for the creation of the appropriate legislation, as we've heard over the last 2 sessions. Also the development of accurate policies, which we are honored and privileged to be a part of, and the correct implementation of these policies. When we make cybersecurity first, all of these things fall in line. Now, when cybersecurity becomes an afterthought, the consequences can be quite catastrophic. Example, the SolarWinds attack or issue in the US in 2019, and also something very close to home, the recent IFMS ransomware attack that we've just experienced. Practical step number 2. When cybersecurity becomes the order of business, then you move on to step number 2. you prioritize investment for cybersecurity and relevant technical training for your staff, regardless of the size of your organization. Cybersecurity, unless it's prioritized, unless the investment is prioritized, it becomes an afterthought. Funding must not be an issue when it comes to investing in cybersecurity within an organization. As for me, as a cybersecurity advocate, a cybersecurity professional, as a businessman, I cannot negate that. I cannot take that lightly. Cybersecurity investment is the highest priority. You pay for what you get what you pay for. If you had that out there, which is true. If you don't see cybersecurity as something that's worth your time and investment, you'll get the value equivalent in terms of service. Practical step number 3. So after you've added the appropriate investment training and awareness and into cybersecurity and upskilling your staff, then you got to look at correctly securing the network perimeter of your software infrastructure and ecosystem. The perimeter today has changed according to Cybersecurity Weekly. They say that you have to now implement a zero trust network access control on everything, basically everything. Traditionally, zero trust was coined to relate to physical network perimeters for data that stayed inside a data center. However, today, data does not only reside in a data center, it also resides online. It resides in different regions, like if those of us who use AWS, it also resides on what are called VPCs or virtual cloud, or virtual private clouds, and all those external infrastructure. There's interactions going on all around and everywhere in multi-tenant level platforms. So because of that, zero trust. Nobody must be trusted. Secure everything. Secure every interaction node, beginning at your network perimeter, then onto each individual actors or entities within your software ecosystem. Every entity within your network must be viewed as a potential attack vector. No questions there. Now, here's an example of some of the policies that I implement on production level or right now to some of my clients, or just some operational logic going into how to secure my network. And I would like to leave this with you all as well. First things first, mask your infrastructure, or some people say cloaking the infrastructure. Implement on your edge or fringe infrastructure and network perimeter. Sincere apologies there. Implement on your fringe infrastructure and a must cloaked approach. Close all open or listening ports and manage access via properly authenticated handshakes. So the premise should be, if you can't find it, you can't attack it. Know the people. Every hand at the keyboard that has access to your infrastructure is a potential attack vector. According to Jim Anthony of AppGate USA, he says, people have now become the new perimeter in cybersecurity attack vectors in the world that we live in. Cybersecurity or Security Weekly on the 20th of May, this year also said employees are now almost twice as likely to expose corporate data than they were prior to the pandemic. Dynamic and continuous access control. People change over time. Attitudes change, environments change, and the posture of end user devices also change. So we want to maintain a dynamic knowledge of the people that are in our care or using our system to accurately manage their access as well. Microperimeters. We implement that through microperimeters. We want to make sure that everybody and every entity is properly secured and controlled. Practical step number 4, we want to implement security-centric approach in the software supply chain. Here's what a software supply chain looks like. This is what's called a DevOps cycle or a DevSecOps cycle. Security is everybody's responsibility. In a DevSecOps cycle, we want to make sure that in the planning stage, security is involved. At the coding stage, security is involved. At the building stage, security is involved. Basically, at every node along the pipeline, we want to ensure that security is considered at every stage. In cybersecurity or in DevSecOps, the term is called shift left or left shift. We want to ensure penetration testing and is used to raise the bar with automation. Now, time is catching up with us there. So basically, you want to implement this kind of stuff, containerize your digital assets, decouple infrastructure is key when you're looking at security within your software ecosystem. Now, to my last point, I want to say that review, retrospect, resolve, refine, and repeat steps 1 to 4. Here's what a good or a secured system should look like. You should have a decoupled system, containerize it, separate the security logic there, and have a working, secure DevOps pipeline to address these issues going forward. And that's all from me. Finally, I just want to leave you all with this quote. Good leadership understands that cybersecurity transcends industry boundaries and is the stage upon which tomorrow's wars will be decided. But better leadership incorporates cybersecurity into every battle today. Thank you. If you have any questions, please leave it with our team and we'll respond in the Q&A time. Cheers.
Thanks so much, David, for a really great presentation. I thought that was really interesting. And I think that was a great view and eye-opener, and those key steps are extremely important. So our next person, speaker is Deborah Ake. She's with ISACA, and she's the president and manager of information security and training, and I see her here. So I will let Deborah go off and give her little talk, and I'll have my handy dandy slides to tell you when your time's up. So thanks so much. Are you on mute, Deborah?
Thanks, everyone. I'll just share my screen and get my presentation up. Apologies there. While I'm bringing my slides up on the screen, let me just introduce myself. So I'm with the ISACA PNG chapter of Papua New Guinea. What we do is we work with organizations and companies, promote risk, as well as audit governance structure around Papua New Guinea. We've been trying to work with ICT, and we have started working with ICT, Department of ICT, for the last couple of years. And I thank Stephen for getting in touch with me on this one. Mine is basically, and I'm very passionate because in my paid job, I work as information security practitioner. And I currently do awareness of the last 10 years for my company, which is BSP. So my presentation is just on my experience throughout the time that I've worked, and I am still working for BSP on awareness and some of the challenges, as well as some of the issues that I've seen and the change in the culture during the time that we have started our awareness. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. So awareness and continuous adjustment. So when I started with information security, it was very challenging in my paid job. And it also gave me the understanding and experience in my role as ISACA president to understand how people react and, you know, the understanding in our economy as Papua New Guineans. Our organization, and not only our organization, but throughout the 25 years working in Papua New Guinea, as well as a organization that's around Pacific, I've come to find that one size doesn't fit all when we do awareness. And although you can look at global standards that's coming out from different institutions and organizations around the globe, we need to understand what our audience need to know about. And Judith alluded to, cyber safety. We need to make sure that the people that are using our technology do understand how to use it and also understand what the threats are out there that they need to know about. And also, David talked about data is the oil for today. Definitely, in organizations, in government, both private and public sector, data is oil. You cannot do business without good data. And only good data only becomes good and maintains integrity if people understand what to do with the data. We say rubbish, garbage in, garbage out. And it's all about people putting that information onto our systems, So for me, as a practitioner in BSP, I've seen a lot of, things. And in my experience, I've seen that we can build very effective systems, good networks, good infrastructure. But the people, if they're not educated well on how to, look after data, maintain its integrity, then, the data is, useless for us because we cannot then make good decisions. We cannot look at what we need to plan in our future strategies, from the top down or for the bottom up. People won't really know whether, what do I give to the management team? So having the awareness that and continuous adjustments, looking at, what went wrong, when we started creating our awareness within our organization. I found that initially when we tried to bring in something that was from the globe coming into Papua New Guinea, it didn't really work. And as a Papua New Guinean, I also realized that although, we have people that work with us and give us good advice, like consultants, expatriate workers that come in, understanding people in our different environments and what they need to know is also very important as well. So from that experience, as I was going through the 10 years being a person that conducts awareness in our organization, that's what I found out. The other thing that we talked about, and also Wesley as well as David talked about, was, integrity, confidentiality, availability. Wesley alluded to the incident with Treasury. The other thing that people didn't realize, or maybe some did, was that how did that information get out? So we have people who use the data, but we also have people that look after our systems and our infrastructure. What happened? It wasn't even supposed to be in the public, area. And that's one of the issues that we currently have in Papua New Guinea, where we lack the understanding that what's supposed to be in an organization should not be disclosed outside. If you look down at the bottom of my screen, it says BSP classification public. Now, when I prepared my presentation, I was using my work computer, so that's the classification that comes on. What I'm trying to say is, this presentation is, I can share it with everyone, and that's okay. But there are something, for example, the awareness slides in my organization that I may use is for internal BSP only or ISACA only. And that's a difference that people yet to understand as part of the awareness. Different data, different audience, restrict access, like what David talked about. Also, on a need-to-know basis, people, need to get certain information only. I'm very passionate about creating awareness around Papua New Guinea as well as in my organization. And I've seen over time, over the last 10 years when I've done the presentations, we try to do it one size fits all. We broke it up into our different areas in, NCD region. We try to understand, okay, if you're at the branch, what do you need to know? So we scale down and we made different types of PowerPoint presentations just so that people can have a really good understanding. And as well as that, I told a lot of stories and made it relevant to the people that were working in their different roles. And that made more sense to them than just telling them about what we do in IT in BSP, when it doesn't even make any sense to them that the business process is different, and what is relevant to them is totally different from what's at the background in the support teams. So that was pretty much my presentation. It's very simple, but it's basically almost forgotten most of the time by people. And people, like we said, they're the weakest links of any organization. And so we need to make sure that whoever is in the support team need to know and understand the type of data that should be shared internally, externally, and as public. People who are using the information also need to understand the type of information they should be sharing and who they should be sharing that information to. And if they don't need to know that information, don't give it to them. Just like what David said, trust is not a control. We only need to put certain systems in place and, make sure that you can have a fantastic technology system infrastructure. You can build in different processes, but without people understanding and knowing what they need to do and what they need to practice in terms of security, everything that you build in process and technology makes, you will still have a breach. So that's pretty much my presentation. I'll talk a little bit about ISACA. ISACA globally, we have 220 chapters around the world. These are some of our programs that we do. We do government relations, where we work with people in the government sectors, provide advice. We do it voluntarily at no cost. I'm a volunteer right now as a PNG chapter president, and I work with, I've currently worked with PNG Computer Society and Stephen. We were grateful to have the digital bill put us as one of the delegates in the audit committee. So thank you very much, Secretary, and those that have included us. Academia, we do have programs on academia, how we can incorporate cybersecurity or audit or governance in there. Certifications, it's on our website. And our chapter board, I'm going to send the org structure to Stephen and his team. So please feel free to reach out to us if you need to get our global team, who are all professional volunteers, for anything that you need as a advice or as a start in implementation or anything that you want us to do. So with that, thanks very much for this presentation.
Thanks so much, Deborah. I think it was a great presentation. And ISACA does so many others. They also are, I was on another call doing a lot of training on cybersecurity. And I think there's a new course that was prepared with the IEEE on cybersecurity. So
yeah, and just to mention, we had our global summit, a virtual global summit for all the leadership chapters. And the interesting topic we talked about was, is traditional education, relevant for the workforce? And I found it very interesting because I thought to myself, I thought PNG was the only, country whose developing country had that issue, but around the developed world as well, we do have issues there where they think that only people coming out of universities are it. And there was a whole lot of discussion, which, it'd be interesting to take that on. Thanks, Judith.
Thank you so much, Deborah. It was a great presentation. I know there's going to be a lot of questions on it, but and thanks for sticking to your time. That was really helpful. I didn't have to use many of my slides. Our next presentation is by Mr. Ravin Prasad, who is the CEO of Cybernetic Global Intelligence, and he's also remote. And so I will bring you over to Ravid, and we look forward to your presentation. And you again will have 9 minutes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do. And if you can put it in the slide viewer, that would be great. Because we,
How's
yeah,
that?
that's great.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for your time. It's a real pleasure listening to everyone today. I'm sorry I can't show you the beautiful Brisbane city today because my cybersecurity experts have kicked me out of the major boardroom, which had the whole view of the city. So I'm in the next boardroom now, which is all locked up. So I'm really sorry about that. Otherwise, I would have shown you all the Brisbane city views from level 34 in the heart of One Eagle Street. So sorry about that. Anyway, let's start. It's really nice listening to everyone. You know, cybersecurity is a focus, but like everyone says, there's a whole heap of aspects to cybersecurity, and we need to understand it. And different cultures, different countries, different organizations, there's not one rule for everyone. Yeah, so I'll start. So I'm just gonna share some stats, and we talk about this all the time. Think about cybersecurity. When you think about cybersecurity, think about Australia. I live in Australia. We're a very large country. Are we having cyber attacks? Yes. How often are we having it? On a regular basis. Are we able to hear that on the news? Probably sometimes you might, not all the time. And why is it that you don't hear it? Because it's people like ourselves, Cybernetic Global Intelligence, that work with large corporates right throughout the globe. And there's a thing called confidentiality and respect. We do not disclose any information of any organization. So that's something cybersecurity is about. I see incidences every day. I talk to CEOs every day. I talk to managing directors every day who are crying. They had the company that they have worked so hard for so many years has collapsed. So, you know, so I just wanted to share the figures here. So we talk about it every day. It's in the news. You can see some numbers there. Interesting things I want you to note here is that the rate of attacks, every 39 seconds, there's an attack, all right? Nearly 95% of all digital breaches comes from human error, okay? Deborah made an excellent point there. ISOC does a wonderful job on educating security awareness. That's critical. Cybernetic does a great job on security awareness. DATEC, who is based in PNG, does an excellent job on security awareness. So you can see these things can be avoided, all right? Average cost, the last point is the average cost. It was in 2018, 5,000, now it's gone up to 200,000. And the other thing you must clearly remember, that if you have a cyber breach, and if you believe that your insurance will cover you, think again. You need to look at your insurance policy. No insurance company will cover you unless and until you have cybersecurity strategies and policies in place. All right. So why is it a concern in 2021? You know, when I was in the UK, in the US, when I was working there, cybersecurity was a huge thing. Why are we still getting attacks? Why is the US has had cybersecurity as a mandatory concept for organizations to follow for years? It has been mandatory. Australia has started in 2018 where they've made it mandatory, okay? Other nations like the EU, there's the GDPR regulations that we have to consider. So it's there. Why is it still happening? You can see what's happening is that in the last 12 months, I'll just talk about the key figures here. 81% of the business have experienced a cyber attack. Now, this is despite every warning. This morning when I was coming to the office, I love, I don't know what David listens to, which radio in Brisbane, but I'm a bit of a hip hop man and I love the rock and roll. So I was listening to B105 this morning, and the federal government has now put an ad on the radio saying to everyone, cybersecurity is a threat. You need to be aware, you need to implement. So everyone's talking about it. Great, you know, I love it. I think it's good. Let's talk about it, it's good. We can talk about it till the cows come home, but what is it that we have to do? What is it that we have to do? Is it really that difficult? The answer is no. So I'm just going to very quickly run some of these key drivers. So what's actually causing it? You can see the vulnerabilities are identified by a group of organizations that specialize in this field. So every software, every artificial intelligence equipment that is out there in the marketplace, my brand new iPhone that the company has given me, as soon as it hits the market, our friends, the hackers, already know how to break it. They know how to compromise it. It's as simple as that. So why is the increase on cyber so high still? So you can see what happens. These organizations then actually sell these sophisticated technologies to other criminal cyber crimes who actually utilize it on organizations. So we talked about the toll hacks, we talked about JBS hacks, we talked about the American gas line pipeline, okay? Is there any profits made out of this when we compromise it? Of course there is. If you thought Cybernetic was a big organization, think about how big these guys are in the cybercrime business. They are so large, the organization is enormous. We cannot compete with them. So I just want to very quickly say to you guys, what is the reason for the exceptional increase? Okay, so I heard everyone talk about it. We talked, I heard the critical infrastructure, Tony Kiab speak yesterday, other guys from the department as well that spoke about it. And we all said, okay, what is it? So, you know, in PNG, it's become a real hot topic now because of what's happened. And like Deborah said, how was this information leaked out? Who leaked it out? And, you know, we need to find things out. But regardless of who leaked it out, at the end of the day, everyone's saying, who is accountable for it? And in yesterday's speech, when I listened to a whole heap of people, the feeling that I get, it's not only PNG, it's in Australia, it's in the UK, it's in Singapore, it's in China, it's in Malaysia. Everyone says it's the government's responsibility to fix it. Yes, to some degree there is, but it's the responsibility of every citizen, every organization to look after the structure. It's their responsibility. The government can only legislate policies. So what I'm finding is ignorance and oversight from the board members and executive teams towards cybersecurity. I myself am in an executive role. It is my responsibility to ensure that every team member in my organization is secure. It is my responsibility to ensure all our clients that we work with, their data is secure. That is my responsibility. Should the organization be compromised, it will be me that's going to be on the line and it will be me without a job. So it has to start from the top. It's not the bottom responsibility, okay? What I'm finding is there's a lot of organizations that don't even conduct vulnerability or penetration assessments. So when you ask people, what is it, what's happening? They say, oh no, it's all done, so that's good. And then you find out they got compromised and then they'll ring us and they'll start crying. So, and the other key thing here to remember is lack of cybersecurity awareness and training. Cybersecurity, I remember in yesterday's conversation, Tony Kiab made the point that it is critical for everyone to know what the do's and don'ts are. So everyone uses a mobile phone, a laptop, everything that they use, including at school. So education on cybersecurity starts at the school level. It starts when at the education level. then it goes right through that level, comes across where everyone has a better understanding. Once you develop that across everyone in the nation, you will find that the status is getting that better. So 3 principles to understand on cybersecurity, all right? What is it that's actually causing this issue? Now, people say to me, well, Ravin, what is it? Can you tell me what is it? So here, I've got some answers for you, all right? Many organizations are interconnected, all right, with suppliers. Sorry. So, sorry, I got that out of a whack there. I'll just get that for you. So we need to address some of the cybersecurity issues. I'm having a bit of an issue with my slide. Here you go. Okay. Experts, you must know what the legal and the regulatory requirements are. I think Deborah mentioned that we talk about international organizations and how things are. You must understand that certain organizations need to comply. So Deborah works for a bank, which is a BSP, which is and they need to comply to international standards. Sorry, I can't see your slide. What's it say?
You only have 30 seconds left.
All right, I'll finish it very quickly. So the key principles are, I'll just run it very quickly, all right? And everyone within the organization, like I said, it starts from the cybersecurity. If any of you read my articles that I've published in the national paper recently, I've said the same thing over and over again. It starts at the head. You must know what your assets are. You must know what your security assets are, what you value, what you don't value, okay? It starts with the board members. They need to know what it is. You need to know what your asset is and then implement those, get the staff trained. If you lack skills, get it in place, all right? Here's our qualification accreditations. We're a global organization, international accredited, 450 staff right across Australia, head office based in Brisbane. We work right across the globe. Okay, that's our team certifications, over 20 years of experience. That's what we've been doing. Cybersecurity consultants is not something you can just wake up to and become. It takes many, many years of hard yards and work. Okay, we have an interesting partner in PNG, because yesterday people were saying in PNG that we do not have an organization that can help us. Well, we've been in PNG with DATEC since 2017. And the interesting thing I want everyone to note here is DATEC is not only an ISO 9000, they are also ISO 27000 cybersecurity internationally accredited organization. They have spent time and effort and money to ensure that their systems are secure, their staff are secure, and they need to be given credit for that. This is the type of organizations that people will deal with that are accredited, and these organizations can help you, all right? That's the sort of services we provide. That's it from my side. I wish I had a bit more time because I think this is not something that we can just rush across and glare about. This is a topic that does need some attention, but like I said, everyone knows me in the room there. They've seen my photos in the newspaper, and I keep sending the same message to everyone all the time. And the message that I keep saying to everyone is basically is that. And that's all I need to do. Keep saying that. If organizations can do that, you will prosper, and we will help PNG in ensuring the country is secure and safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravi Prasad. It was very good talk. And thanks so much for trying to stick to the time. I know we have a short amount of time, but we wanted to pack so much into the presentation, so that's sort of why we did that. And our next speaker is also here, but if you could stop sharing, then that would be great. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is a student who's getting his master's in cybersecurity, and he's here. He's going to be presenting virtually as well. Nathaniel Pomat is here, and he's going to be talking about digital forensics and incident response in PNG. And Nathaniel, you'll have the same 9-10 minutes as everyone else, and I'll flash the slides up to know when you have 1 minute, 30 seconds, and then no timeout.
Thank you, Judith. First of all, I'd like to thank the Minister and the department for the invitation to present. I'll just be presenting quickly about digital forensics and incident response, or DFIR and PNG. So who am I? I have several years of experience in the telco and ISP industry, and I've worked with companies like Datanets, Digicel, and Telecom as a network engineer. But I am now, like you mentioned, an Australian award scholar, and I've just completed a master's degree in cybersecurity from La Trobe University. So I am perhaps what you would say a product of the commitment that both the PNG and the Australian government have towards building human capacity in cybersecurity. So this is an overview about what I'll be talking about. The first half is about cyber safety in PNG. And then the next half about DFIR, what it is, some tools, and why we need it for cyber safety. Cyber safety in PNG. So who needs to be protected from the dangers of cyberspace? And simply put, it's the consumers of the internet. You and I, as general consumers, need to be protected from things like cyberbullying, cyber harassment, scams, or cyber fraud. And so too, like many have already mentioned, do businesses, SMEs, larger enterprises, including government departments and agencies, as they themselves are legal entities like you and I, and have a digital identity, just as we do. So we all need to be protected. And when we talk about cyber safety in PNG, we talk about the safety of all these different types of consumers. Cybercrimes are like physical crimes. So naturally, our first instinct is to report these crimes to the police. And in PNG, this is the case. You report to the police, and the police are the first to respond. However, there are other entities that you can report cyber incidents to. I believe, like the PNG said, the National Cybersecurity Center, and perhaps also third parties like ISPs or ARC Cyber or Cyber Genetics or Cybersecurity PNG. As I believe, especially in the SME sector, we lack a general ICT capability, and these capabilities are usually outsourced. It would follow that cybersecurity capabilities would probably also be outsourced. But all these parties not only need to capture and record this data appropriately, they also need to have the capability to respond accordingly. So at the moment, I believe the process in PNG is as shown in the diagram on the right. A couple of issues I see is that one, it's a bit convoluted, and two, this process is not yet fully transparent to the general public or the general consumers and to our businesses. So I believe there's a need for more awareness to be done. We need to know if all cyber-related crime is to be reported to the police, or if I have been scammed or abused, or if I need to report online child abuse material, who do I report it to? If my company has been a victim of ransomware, who do I report it to? On the left there in Australia, on the left, as you can see in the diagram on the left, in Australia, the functions of the police, the defense, criminal and security intelligence, and home affairs has been consolidated into the ACSC, or the Australian Cybersecurity Center. And the ACSC also has joint cybersecurity centers across the country in every state, working together in unison to counter and respond to cyber threats. And in general, all cyber incidents are reported to the ACSC to deal with, but with cyber abuse and scams being reported to the E-Safety Commissioner and the ACCC Scam Watch, respectively. Now I know we can't compare ourselves with Australia, but I believe we can learn from them. And by creating clear reporting channels and by removing silos, we can create a response capability that is holistic and therefore efficient. This leads us to DFIR. what is it? DF, or digital forensics, is considered a scientific discipline of its own. DF uses the scientific method to disprove hypotheses, and so has the outcome of producing validated conclusions. And this process is especially important when handling evidence for legal proceedings. This includes things like maintaining the integrity of a system or file that is under investigation, for example, with the use of hashing. But also this field is a deeply technical field, and our responders need the capabilities, or they need to build the capabilities in. DF is also an important part of cybersecurity incident response. IR is incident response. So when we talk about cybersecurity, like Deborah has mentioned, we talk about people, we talk about process, and we talk about technology. So to enable people and technology, we need the right process in place. And IR is basically a process that also enables DF. And this process basically involves 4 life cycle phases, which are preparation, detection and analysis, containment, eradication and recovery, and post-incident activities. Responders need a process to follow in order to effectively respond. In terms of technology, there are many out there in the market. So I guess it falls back on the preparation phase in your IR process. And this usually takes a bit of research and sometimes development. One that's being taught by academia here in Australia is Magnet Axiom, which I believe is also used by the Australian Federal Police to collect and analyze digital evidence, or what is referred to as artifacts. What the software does is digest data from PCs, mobile devices, and even from cloud systems before using artificial intelligence to create actionable intelligence that can be documented as a single case file. So naturally, a lot of the manual effort is removed and cases are dealt with in a timelier manner. Why DFIR? So to ensure a safe cyberspace, you need to be able to catch the cyber criminals. And of course, this is difficult due to the global nature of the internet. So we need all the help we can get. DFIR is simply just one part of the responder toolkit that can help to fight this battle. It helps responders to seek the truth by removing guesswork and validating their assumptions. It gives us a systematic approach that we can follow during a crisis. And because crisis can confuse, knowing exactly what to do during a crisis can get us through that crisis much quicker. So to put things into perspective, with DFIR in place, the ransomware attack on the IFMS could have been detected, analyzed, contained, and eradicated, and with the source immediately identified and the IFMS recovered immediately after. And lastly here, again, we need to build the capabilities of our people. Like Deborah has also mentioned, I have a master's degree, but thanks to our partnership with Australia, but it's really not the only method of or method to gain knowledge. And to be honest, with digital forensics, you need to go deeper into specialization. So the table here shows some certifications that our responders can look into when trying to gain this knowledge. And if they don't have general IT or security background, I would recommend starting off with CompTIA's trio of A+, Network Plus, and Security Plus before diving deeper into any of these specialist DFIR certifications. So my take homes here are that cyber safety in PNG will depend on clear reporting channels and effective cyber response capabilities. Also, effective cyber response capabilities will depend on effective DFIR amongst other relevant cybersecurity programs. And effective DFIR depends on effective tools and properly trained, highly skilled personnel. So here are some of my references for your information. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Nathaniel. This is a great presentation. Very good data and everything here. And also I wanted to also bring out that APNIC through the foundation and the courses gives many of these same courses, and several of the staff in DICT have taken them and others, and they have a lot of courses online, and many of them you can get scholarship for, or they may be free. So I would encourage everyone to go to the APNIC website, apnic.org, and look at all the classes that they are offering, because they are offering a lot of classes on these technologies. And many of them are free or get scholarships and very easily to do. So I would recommend that. Our last speaker today comes from NICTA, the regulator, Miss Andy Pau Nongbi is going to be speaking on this, and she NICTA does a lot of work on cyber safety. They run several of the international programs and work with the Get Safe Online ambassadors, and so they do a significant amount of work. And I look forward to hearing what she has to say on these presentations. Again, you have 9 minutes, and I will be flashing my signs. 1 minute, 30 seconds, and then no minutes left. So I hand it over to you, Andy. Andy, if you could put it in the slide viewer mode so that we could see it, because right now you're in the notes. Yes, that's great. Thanks. And Andy, you're on mute.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and apologies. That took a while for me. Thank you. So as Judith mentioned, I am Andy from NICTA. I'm attached to the Consumer Affairs branch. And today I will be presenting on the PNG Safer Internet campaign, which is facilitated in country by NICTA. So online safety. Oops. So basically, the PNG Safe Internet campaign was born out of the Safer Internet Day awareness, which is hosted in country and facilitated by NICTA. And the target audience is really our consumers, our public end users, and our citizens, for that matter. And the way our awareness content is structured is age appropriate, if you like, as well, because we also talk to children, young people, as well as adults, including parents, teachers, and more recently, those in the church, including church leaders as well. And so maybe I'll just skip this slide. So Safe Internet Day, the actual campaign is organized jointly in country with what is referred to as the InSafe network, which is supported by the European Commission. So we were actually invited, NICTA was actually invited to join the campaign back in, I think, 2018. And so that is when we really hopped on the bandwagon, and we're part of the global network now in recognizing this day annually, every year in February. And the objective of the campaign is really to highlight the importance of our citizens having the skills and knowledge, and to help them be more resilient and online, so that they're able to engage more positively and responsibly. Okay, so the campaign is actually delivered by the PNG Safer Internet Committee. So that's basically a committee that consists of our supporters to the campaign. Those supporters are both in-country stakeholders, as well as from our international supporters as well. Under in fact, globally, each country has established a safer internet committee. So for PNG, we go by the acronym PNG SIC. So our committee basically is a collaboration of government, industry, law enforcement, various community networks, faith-based. So we have the churches on board in the form of PNG Council of Churches. And through this network or through our committee, our activities are mainly focused on information awareness on online safety topics, including scams, child online safety, cyber abuse, and cybercrime as well, with the support of the police. And really this, the committee, if I can just add here, has really been a way for, in fact, all of us within the committee to help strengthen our working relationships as part of raising visibility of the campaign and its key messages as well. So just to give you some idea of who exactly is in the, who forms a part of the PNG SIC, I hope the font is not too small, but we have around 30 supporters, and you can see from there, there's a wide range of government agencies to the telcos, to law enforcement, RPNGC, we even have the AFB, because they run a program called Cyber Safety Pacifica, whose advocates are within the RPNGC. We have the PNG Council of Churches, our special interest groups, including PNG Computer Society, ISACA, the ICT cluster. We have community networks, YWCA, Book Belong Pikinini, who we utilize to target early school age groups. We have NewNet, The Voice, our international partners Get Safe Online, Facebook as well. We even have a gender-based group, CIMC, Family Sexual Violence and Action Committee, who is part of the group. So through them, we usually use Universal Children's Day, which is an annual international day celebrating children's rights, as a day to also advocate for online safety with the target audience as children and parents. So you can see from this list that we have a wide range of supporters who have really recognized the importance of online safety and what it means for our communities. And in saying that, they recognize that, it is not something that we can all do in isolation. We have to come and band together to get the message out. So some of the key issues that we advocate through the campaign, I've listed here: respectful and responsible conduct, privacy, data privacy. Now we're seeing a lot of issues with children and young people on social media. So we do talk to them through our advocacy regarding the importance of understanding your decisions, the decisions you make online and the consequences of those decisions. Self-generated sexual content, which is related to image-based abuse and of videos and photos. And usually we're seeing that a lot of young people and even adults are falling victim to this. And Nathaniel spoke earlier regarding, he showed the flowchart regarding the workflow for complaints handling. So around this, most of these key issues, for some of them, they're able to be addressed under the Cybercrime Codex. So when an issue like this pops up that we are aware of, we usually refer them to the complainant to the police for further reporting and investigation. So that's really managed by the Cybercrime Unit under our PNGC. We advocate on issues such as scams and fraud, identity theft, the importance of digital reputation, telling young people through our school awarenesses that everything that they do online is a reflection of who they are as a person in real life, and to encourage them to engage in more positive conduct online. Critical reasoning is something that we usually emphasize in terms of our awareness. We're finding now that, and then everyone can relate to this, that a lot of people aren't exercising the the act of thinking twice before sharing and just accepting what they read and write as gospel, and making things go viral online, which has consequences to that. So that is also something that we usually advocate on as well. Online supervision, unwanted contact. These two topics are mainly targeted at parents and teachers as well. Recognizing that when children are actually not supervised online, there are risks that could lead to online grooming and what have you. Screen time as well is another issue. Cybercrime. So this issue, cybercrime, is one that our PNGC, the staff from the cybercrime unit of our PNGC usually come in to support us with in terms of awareness and advocacy. So some of our challenges and opportunities of the campaign. The opportunities I've listed, stakeholder collaboration, and you can see we have a broad list under the PNG SIC, and that has really allowed us to leverage the reach out to our communities. That's something that that has been something that the SIC members have really made positive use of. So some of the, in terms of our awareness campaigns, members of the SIC have also taken it upon their own initiative to do their own activities to commemorate certain days or weeks within the year. And one such example was the recent National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which was facilitated by the ICT. In the past, we partnered with ISACA and PNGs for that day. So through the campaign, we've had all these committee members come together and actually collaborate to actually get the messages out there, especially when it comes to the key issues that we advocate on. In terms of awareness campaigns, again, we usually commemorate Universal Children's Day, which is facilitated in country by the FSBAC and the CIMC. And the target audience for that is really children, young people, and parents. We've utilized, in terms of the community reach, we've utilized our church forums, our schools. So when it comes to the church forums, we're receiving invites to attend men's ministries, women's ministries, youth ministries. And we find that is really a way where we can extend the reach of the messages that we are advocating on. School visits that are conducted by various members, including Office of Censorship, Equal Playing Field, RPNGC, again, Telecom Foundation. And currently, right now, the PNG SIC has a fortnightly awareness on NBC Radio with, I think, PNG Computer Society, Jimmy Son will be presenting this week, Wednesday. So that is another demonstration of our support and collaboration when it comes to the online safety awareness. So the awareness that we're conducting is not so much restricted to the annual Safer Internet Day campaign, but an extension of it. And so we realize that because of the importance of the issues, we don't want to restrict the campaign itself to the month of February, but rather make it ongoing, so it becomes an ongoing discussion and conversation that everyone in our communities should be having. We also have an IM digital campaign by Save the Children in collaboration with Facebook, and this was launched just last year, and by Save the Children here in PNG. And so the target audience for that, that campaign is really young people. We've received a lot of support from our international partners as well in the form of an ambassador program, which is run by our partner Get Safe Online, who are based in the UK. So the program itself is a voluntary one. And so far—
Your slides are not advancing. And you're out of time, so.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm done. And so the ambassador program has, through the ambassador program, we've had secondary and university students participating, including Office of Censorship, Equal Playing Field. So basically members of the PNGs. I guess some of the challenges we have is that we still have a lot more to do in terms of community engagement. Right now, we're utilizing radio, TV, church, and school networks, those mediums where we can, as much as possible, reach out to as many people as we can. One of the challenges, obviously, everyone here can appreciate is speaking the community's language and in a way where they can appreciate and understand what it is we're really trying to communicate with them. And obviously, digital skills, digital literacy is one of the things that we will also have to overcome. So the way forward, I guess, is we really need more support. We need more support in terms of extending the reach of the awareness. And I invite anyone who is on this forum right now throughout these 3 days to get in touch with me. If there is a way for you to positively contribute to our efforts of advocating for online safety under the PNG Safer Internet campaign. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. It's very insightful. I love learning about all the different other things. So I'm just checking with our staff. Do we have time for a couple of questions? I know we have to have the ministers coming in, but I'm wondering if we have a few minutes for.
I'm sorry, Judith, I will have to bring our discussion to a pause and then we can continue afterwards.
Okay. So we'll have the ministers come now and then we can continue later.
Thank you. Thank you, Judith. It's been a very interesting discussion, and we're so thankful that at this juncture, we wish to give prominence to the very essence of our discussion, and it's a matter of national security and a matter of existential issue we're discussing here. So we are very grateful for all our presenters who have gone through and presented, and it gives me great pleasure to have on stage. He needs to go to the cabinet meeting, but he has taken the time to come because he is a host minister. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to have our dear minister, the Honorable Timothy Masiu, Minister for ICT, and we are so grateful that he is here this morning, and he will address the summit before he takes leave. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Waruba, and thank you, presenters. Thank you, everybody, for being very faithful and sitting in this last 3 days for this inaugural National ICT Summit. To the presenters and the moderators, the NBC National Radio and Television, NICTA, Spider Tech, our online streaming partners, particularly NBC TV online and PNG Sun and the Internet Society. And of course, the Secretary of the Department of ICT, Mr. Stephen Batainaho, and the team at the department who have been tirelessly working to make sure that this inaugural ICT Summit becomes a successful one. And I'm so happy that I could take this time to come and say a few words before you all can finish it off today. It is indeed something that has never been done before. And I want to pay tribute to all of you for being here, being very faithful to the work you have at hand. I take this time to thank you all for facilitating a very successful National ICT Summit 2021. I also give a special acknowledgement to PNG Flying Labs, who as partners to the event have been showcasing code sessions for young Papua New Guineans. Thank you for your efforts. Last but not the least, in saying thank you, let me thank the 4,000 plus audience that watched online these last 3 days. I thank you all for your meaningful interactions, and it is through your feedbacks that we are able to communicate and of course to put together better policies for every one of us. This event marks a milestone for the Ministry of ICT in that as we carry on from digital government transformation agenda in 2020 to 2021, we are now refocusing 2022 towards our efforts on ICT as a driver for social and economic development, thus the theme, enhancing our economy through ICT and digital transformation. In the last 2 days, much has already been talked about and discussed on. We have been delighted to, for the first time, interact in real time with our stakeholders via social media. And this is indeed very exciting. And that is the way forward for us in Papua New Guinea nowadays. We were honored, to have our good Prime Minister open the summit and give his commitment to the passing of the Digital Government Bill 2021. And I want to thank the Prime Minister on behalf of my department and for those in the sector. I think this is a very important commitment. I do not wish to highlight what has already been discussed at this time, if for the department to comprehensively collate and submit to my ministry what has been discussed. However, I do want to share one or two of my observations on this event. And it's very important that as a minister, I need to give my observation because I may not have been, sitting here with you or being out there, but I'm watching. I know what is going on. So throughout the various presentations and interactions that I watched, I noted the comments and calls on and from the ICT SMEs, in particular, and entrepreneurs for change. And that is where I also want to focus on as far as ICT is concerned. I think the SMEs are very, very important, and we need to embrace, like I said in my opening remarks, the SMEs in the ICT sector, because that is where the population is. That is where we interact with the community, the people at large. So we know that SMEs have the huge potential to bring about economic prosperity for Papua New Guinea. As we face these challenging economic times, it is incumbent on us as government to take decisive efforts to empower ICT SMEs as they go through the incubation and startup process. That is very, very important. So it is for this reason that I now am making two major interventions here. Two major interventions. And I want my department to take note. Firstly, I'm now instructing for NICTA and the Department of ICT to work in close consultation with MSME Council, the SME Corporation, and the Business Council to establish an ICT Incubation Center commencing March of 2022. The ICT Incubation Center should be a place for our intending ICT entrepreneurs to incubate their ideas where they will be supported with office space, internet, cloud-based services, and business-related training. My department has recently moved to a new office in Waigani, and so I will discuss with my secretary on initially piloting the incubation center at the department. I want to make space for these young and thriving Papua New Guineans. So we give them a free space. We allow them to come in and do what they can do for themselves. So that, today, as we see the SMEs, one of the factors that kill these SMEs before even they can progress to the next level is the cost of rent. Rent is too high for them. So I'm making this intervention now that we bring them to one of our floors in the department and give them a space. We will make sure that we go through the process, and we'll be discussing all this, and we open it up for young Papua New Guineans who want to be in the ICT SME sector. But they find it very difficult because of certain things. So we will provide them a free space, internet and all these others, and they can work there and try to set them off. So we give them, say, 6 months to work in that space, free of charge. They can make money. And if they make enough money, we will graduate them from there. We'll ask them to go, and they can go and start up somewhere. They'll have money by that time. They can pay for their rent. We set them up, and they go and do what they want to do. And then we can give the space back to others who want to come and start up. In that way, we are contributing to, and empowering our young people. I saw some of them come and make presentations here. So this is something that we want to do, and we want to pilot it in the department. Secondly, in support of the ICT Incubation Center, I'm calling on my department to finalize and sign respective MOUs with the MSME Council and the Business Council of Papua New Guinea. I am glad to say that we have already been in discussion with the Business Council of Papua New Guinea, with Mr. Toveri Henao and his team. And so immediately after closing of the summit today, my department and the Business Council will be signing an MOU. We will do it here as part of after the completion of this summit. These are my two immediate ministerial interventions, ladies and gentlemen. However, in moving forward, I want to advise all stakeholders that I will be expecting a draft National ICT Policy 2022 to be taken to Cabinet in the early part of 2022. The National ICT Policy 2022 should not only take into account findings from this summit, but also set directions towards empowering the SMEs. I also want to stress the need for us to review the Universal Access Service Program currently administered by NICTA. I expect UAS priority areas to be revised to support not only our SMEs through the incubation center, but also emergency services such as St. John's Ambulance. So before I close off, I again want to thank all of you dearly. Thank you very much. I think we have had a very successful 3 days. And, for the first time, the ICT sector is coming together, and we will hold hands together and move forward. So let me close up now by saying thank you to the Ministry Advisory Team, the Organizing Committee, and all our partners in the sector, and of course, all the staff of the ICT department, starting from the cleaner, T-boy, everybody, driver, because everyone played a part. And without the support of everyone, this very important inaugural ICT summit would not have been a success. The success belongs to you. It doesn't belong to me as minister. I'm only the driver, but you are the fuel and the oil and the grease that make this vehicle move. I expect that this summit be an annual event held at the same time each year so that we can continue to touch base with our people out there in the ICT space. And having said that, thank you very much, and may God continue to bless all of you out there listening or watching online. Have a good Friday afternoon and also a good, enjoyable and blessed weekend. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll join me in thanking our dear Minister, the Honorable Timothy Masio. Thank you, Minister. Minister will now take his leave, and let us all please accord him the due respect as he leaves here to go to the cabinet meeting. Minister, you can pass our sincere thanks to our dear Prime Minister and all the members of cabinet for their support to the ICT sector. Ladies and gentlemen, our Minister, Honorable Timothy Masio. And we also acknowledge our good secretary. Thank you for his leadership in according our minister the protocol that is needed. And also our NICT chairman, Mr. Noel Mobia, who are here with him in the front as well. Well, there you go. Well, how about that from the minister? So few things we will be taking note of as a department. Our good Deputy Shongol, for our Deputy for Policy and Emerging Technology, we wish to assure the country and all our stakeholders that we have already begun, or we are already with our regulator NICTA, working towards working with our SME partners in the ICT Incubation Center, and also the MOU will be signed with the Business Council after the summit ends today as well. So we are very, very fortunate that we have a wonderful minister who is really committed and who is always pushing us to deliver. And our biggest deliverable for this year is the National ICT Summit. And the findings here with our other inputs will go into the draft ICT policy, which will be ready for consultation in March next year. So thank you. Judith, thank you very much for your patience. I believe we have a few moments to go, and then we will invite after the Q&A for the cybersecurity session. We will have our good Deputy Secretary, Mr. Flil Shongol, will comment and will respond officially to the minister's statements. And then we will have our NICTA board chairman as well to respond on behalf of our regulator NICTA to our minister's policy statements and interventions for the sector as well. So do we still have Judith online?
Yes, I'm here. Hi. Hey, thanks so much.
Thanks, Judith. Maybe you can just take us to a bit of Q&A.
Sure.
And then we can get Georgina to respond to the cybersecurity comments that have come on Facebook and to respond to what the department is doing to address this. Thank you, Judith. Back to you.
Thanks so much. So I have a question from Paul Uguru, and it's posed to Deborah Ake. And he says important a good presentation from Miss Deborah Ake, but no, that was not a question. Here's a question from John Kelly. Great presentation. Solomon mentioned the Bangladesh central bank attack and threat to economy. What about the implementation of a hybrid DLT system? That is something that's both centralized and decentralized with AI technology and management using blockchain technologies. And so he writes about strong systems properly implemented dramatically mitigate the threat of any attack. So maybe one of the panelists can talk about that and mention that. If anyone has a take on that, if not, we have another question.
So
Okay.
what's the question in reference to
It
me?
was a
Sorry,
comment.
Judith?
I guess it was a comment.
It's a
on
comment. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so we
So
do have a
just so that everyone knows, in that the issue there, and I think the infrastructure that was used is SWIFT for that Bangladesh heist, right? So SWIFT has already put in security controls in all organizations that use that technology, and so they have a compliance initiative every year to make sure that those people using the SWIFT system are compliant to that.
I think I can comment something on that for the Bangladesh bank heist. Bank heist is basically a bank robbery. So the problem there was that the SWIFT network and the bank's internal network, they were working on the same net. They never segregated the network. So that was the problem. So the last time I saw the BSP CEO came out and on the paper said on the BSP's, what they're doing is that they don't have one network, they have a segregated network. So that is a solution to that problem, because at that time the central bank didn't have that one. They have the same system. So as soon as they infiltrate the bank's main system, they cross over to the SWIFT because they were not on a separate network. So that was the issue. But I think as Debbie said, they fixed that one. So the lesson to the banks is that they must have demilitarized the zones in the networks, and they must not have, and then they have the zone the networks out. That would be a solution to that kind of attack. Thank you.
Can I make a comment on that, please? So we're talking about SWIFT accounts and attacks. If we're referring to the banking industry right across the globe needs to comply to PCI, Payment Gateway Industry. PCI Council clearly states that what the banking regulation needs to meet and comply to. So auditors like ourselves for a PCI QSA, which Deborah will vouch for, it is our responsibility when we conduct an audit to help any banking organizations that they meet the PCI compliance. So yes, there are times when things are not going to be right, but if the audit is not conducted by the qualified consultant, then there could be issues. And that's what's happened. And there is an audit, Deborah, now, and you probably vouch for this, there is a SWIFT audit now in place as well, that banking and finance organizations go through. Yeah?
Yes. That is correct. Everyone is now, they need to comply to the SWIFT security compliance.
Yeah.
In relation to PCI, it's slightly different. They do have segregated networks as well. Yeah. However, it's more to do with cardholder data and the protection of that cardholder information.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thanks so much. We have another question, also asking about DNS security and whether people have implemented DNSSEC and are they on IPv6 and how much the security is on there, and what security levels are, because that those were the, they were talking about how they thought that many of the systems in PNG were not up to date, up to the most cyber standards. So who can address this?
Sorry, Judith, can you maybe rephrase the question again? I can hear that there's a little bit of, it's not connecting the question there. So could you please rephrase that question?
Sorry about that. So the question is about DNSSEC and whether the systems in PNG are implementing DNSSEC or also whether they are implementing other forms of internet security, routing security, or maybe using the Internet Society's Manners Protocol or other different systems that can secure the data.
So can I answer? Look,
sure.
I think, let's be honest, guys. This is not a miracle that just happens overnight. I mean, some of the questions that in regard to the PNG data, yes, of course, PNG is securing data. They are doing it, they're doing it to the best of their knowledge and the ability. Okay, the ICT industry changes daily. The rate of change in ICT industry is phenomenal. Our security experts, the amount of changes they have to understand to be able to conduct their role, it happens overnight. So if anyone's saying right now, is PNG doing this, or is the government of PNG or the bank, hey guys, let's pull our heads in, let's settle down a bit here. There's stages and steps. I have said this in numerous articles that you all have read. It is a staged process. Every organization needs to start somewhere. And it starts from the top with policies, implementing, training, awareness. We don't have to go out there and buy millions and millions of dollars of infrastructure straight away. It doesn't work that way. I have been into organizations that spent over $1 million in infrastructure and still have been compromised. It's not the infrastructure, it's actually getting policies, procedures, training, knowing what the value is that you want to protect, how do you protect it, and do the right people have access to the information in your organization? It is as simple as that. Once we know that, we can do IPv6, we can do data protection, you name it, we'll do it. But there has to be a starting point, and everyone needs to take part in this, whether you're a little shop or a distributor of soft drinks in PNG or a Kentucky, a fried chicken shop. Start thinking about cybersecurity, because if you don't, you won't have a business tomorrow. And it's not about implementing this and IPC and IPv4. It's all great, but let's have a starting point. Let's do that first.
Yeah, can I also just add to that, please, Judith, very quickly? So 2 things I'd like to just add in support of what our brother from Cybernetic has said there. Number 1, know your people, and 2, dynamic and continuous access controls. So just to answer the issue about are we implementing this, are we implementing that, as what our brother Raven has said, it's a continuous process. Cybersecurity is an ever evolving beast. Nothing is certain. The cybersecurity certifications that you and I did last year is practically irrelevant today. It's redundant. It's an ongoing, continuous process. So for ICT people in the industry today, implementing dynamic and continuous access controls is important, and know your people, because people change, attitudes change, the environment change, and the posture of our end user devices also changes. So if we can know that, then we can implement in real time the appropriate controls. Thank you, Judith.
Thank you. Yeah.
Judith, can I?
Sure.
Can I just have one minute? And I think when we're looking at implementing security controls, we need to understand what is your organizational tolerance level, right? And the security is all about managing risk. So it depends on what organization, small, large, whether it's in the private or public sector, you need to understand how much can you tolerate. And also concerns about the cost involved as well. If you're able to manage IPv4 and you can accept the risk, hey, good on you. If you can spend a little bit more and bring in advanced technology, go for it. But at the end of the day, it's a top management decision, and support teams and people in the IT area need to provide that subject matter advice on whether that risk can be managed at whatever security level they are at the moment.
Thank you so much. And also, I think they need to follow the steps that David technically had in his presentations. You may pay for the most secure environment, but if your people are not learning how to be cyber secure, they're not clicking on links, if they're not clicking on emails, if they're not doing this, if they're not bringing devices in, all these things happen. And we have a significant increase in cyber security and cyber crime issues because people are working from home and they're not in their secure environments. And it's all about teaching people how to be cyber secure. This is why the campaign that the ICT launched for the daily messages for the October Cyber Awareness Month is so important, because people need to know, you need to drill this in, that do not click on a message. Even if you know the person, do not click on anything. And then also, the DICT also can do as some part of it is also, we can get some more training on others, teaching people how to avoid messages that seem to be from companies, active companies, seem to be from banks, but are not from banks. Because if you look at the IP address that it's coming from, you'll see it's not. The issue of diacriticals, where you have different things, which is a diacritical is basically a word that looks like a word. Like you could have a word spelling bank, but it's not spelling bank. Actually, it's using a different character set in another language that looks like an E. So an A that is not an A, but it's another language. And so it gets sent to another site. So it's a whole issue of how do I know what is the right email address? And how do I know what to respond to? And also, as he said, watch what you post on Facebook. You think something is innocent like a quiz, but what you're doing is giving out your private information to others, and that can be stolen for the data for your identity. And then it's very difficult once you have that stolen to get get everything back. So it's really a personal issue. You really can't stress that as much. Watch what you give out on social media. Never click on a link. Learn how to identify it. And there's a couple of quick videos out there that show people and test people like that. We are going to in the future, the ICT plans for future cyber messages on cyber awareness that we're going to showcase some of these to teach people. And I think that's the most important thing is we need to teach the people, not only people in the workforce, every people. And it's not, and don't feel embarrassed that you're not advanced enough. It's even the most advanced people, the most people who have the most knowledge get fooled. Everyone is fooled. And you just have to okay, it'll be a mistake. I'm going to learn from it. And I'm going to go for the future and know how to fix things. So don't be afraid to ask questions, and we need to do a lot more work in the schools. We need to do a lot more work in the agencies. And, that's one of the issues that the ICT plans in doing increasing cyber awareness training. But also want to give a plug in. There is, as you know, the ICT Coordinating Council has started up again, and they are looking at forming different groups, and cybersecurity and cyber safety are one of these key issues. And so the idea is want to get everyone, all private sector, public sector, civil society, academics, everyone to give their advice to the government so that we can make sure that we're working for the people and giving the solutions to the people that they need. And so I know Phil and his team are going to talk about, they've inaugurated it recently, and they're going to start working on these different committees. And if I encourage you to work with DICT, work with NICTA, and trying to get some of these advice out to people, because we need every help to really train people and make people aware, because everyone's going to be, everyone, if you don't think you're going to be attacked now, you will be. And you just have to figure out how you can learn from your mistakes and go forward.
Yeah, sorry, can I just add on to that?
Sure.
So coming from a networking background, having worked with telco, companies like Telecom, yes, they have DNSSEC implemented, and the network is basically more secure than you'd like to think. So like you mentioned, the people are your weakest link, and the applications are where most of the vulnerabilities lie. So with the question on network security, I think they should be more worried about the people and the applications. That's it from me. Thanks.
Thank you, Judith. We have to bring our session to a close now.
Can I just quickly say that
we have to bring our session to a close, Judith?
Yes, we have to bring, sorry, Ravi, we are out of time. We have to bring it close because we have another the next part to talk about. So thank you so much, everyone. It's been a really great session and we really enjoyed the comments and feedback. And I'm going to turn over to Russell for his going on for the next session.
Thank you, Judith. May I take this time to thank Judith for moderating what is most likely the most interesting session we've had so far. And I would like to just thank Judith, Solomon Sua from PNG Cyber Security PNG Limited. Thank you, Ravin. Thank you very much for presenting an insightful and industry-based experience that you have, especially the need for us to look at the board level and having our audit and risk committees to have this kind of discussion, so that should we have a cybersecurity insurance policy in place, you know, that's what Deborah, we can sort of push for going into the future. I mean, this is just my take, and Judith rightfully mentioned here that maybe, Judith, we may have to have next year a cyber safety and cybersecurity conference of some sort, because to give credit to this kind of discussion. We have left you to the last day, but that does not in any way undermine the good work that we're all doing in our sector. Thank you very much, David, and the good work you're doing. Thank you, Andy. You know, last month we had the Cybersecurity Awareness Month and the IFMS got hacked. So it was quite depressing actually, but we did our part, and we thank NICTA for that support and working with we acknowledge the British High Commission for supporting us in that work as well. So, and of course, Nathaniel, it's good to see you. Congratulations on completing your studies. Nathaniel and I worked on the broadband network at Telecom, and it's good to see that he's well and contributing in this space. DFIR, we need to get into that and sort of prioritize that in our. It's good to have you back. When are you heading back?
Soon, next couple of weeks.
Okay, yeah. Get your vaccine before you come.
Already.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Judith. We shall get all this together, and I'll invite my colleague Georgina to present to the panel and to present to the country some of those questions that were raised and what the department is doing, as Judith has rightfully mentioned, and where we are doing in sort of coordinating our response and coordinating our efforts in the cybersecurity space. Then we will transition to our wind down for the day. Thank you, Georgina.
Thank you, Deputy Mr. Ruba. It was a great presentation from all the panelists. What I've noted down was protecting critical infrastructure. Data is a resource. Awareness of cybersecurity and protecting data. Clear incident response channel. Using artificial intelligence in cybersecurity. I'll just wait for my presentation to upload.
Yes, and we host needs to.
Okay, we have a existing MOU with the Australian government. From this MOU, the National Cybersecurity Center was established, which started in APEC in 2018. So the ICT is carrying out shared service, and through the National Cybersecurity Center, we're carrying out the cybersecurity services. And the services, the current services that are available for government departments are network protection, endpoint protection, training, cybersecurity consultation, PNG cert support, and incident handling practice. So we have 181 endpoints installed at 5 departments. Deployment to more departments with support to National Security Council is coming up, as we have now created the deployment plan. And we have the trainings that are going on, the cybersecurity analyst tier 1 training and tier 2 training. Already 99 trainees have been registered for tier 1, and 16 tier 2 trainees has been registered. And these trainees are from ITs of government departments. We have finalized the cybersecurity policy, and it's on its way to the cabinet for approval of the cybersecurity policy. So the incident handling practice, we have the tabletop exercise. So for those who do not really know about the tabletop exercise, it is a simulated incident scenario and hands-on training for participants that aims to highlight potential weakness in cyber incident management arrangement and or incident response process. Practicing TTX will allow the NCSC and other relevant government personnel to confidently handle incidents effectively and when they occur. As the steering committee members for NCSC is made up of Office of Security and Assessment, PMNEC, and the PNG set in NICTA, and of course the Department of ICT. And we also took part in the Cybersecurity Awareness Month in October, and we will do more cybersecurity awareness on our media domain. And we are members of the PECSON and the GFCE. Some of our future plans for cybersecurity within government is expanding the capabilities of NCSC and creating the National Coordinating Cyber Center, which will include cybercrime, cyber safety, cyber diplomacy, misinformation, those issues that occur in the cyberspace. And the drafting of the cybersecurity legislation and the cybersecurity strategy, which is coming up next year. Thank you. I noticed a question on Department of Finance issue that currently happened. So we have sent out the first circular to all departments also advising of the shared service, cybersecurity shared service that is available, training, and we also mentioned the importance of having SSL certificates for websites and emails on that circular. We have carried out the TTX exercise, 3 TTX exercise so far. One included the ransomware attack in a government department and what do we do? And we will have another TTX exercise that will be coming up end of this month that will go through a scenario where a critical infrastructure will be affected by cyber attack, and what do we do and how we go about to carry out that, resolving that incident. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgina. So these are the updates. We have seen some questions coming through on how response and how interaction with the industry in terms of policy and in terms of the next step that the department is doing. These are some of the questions that Georgina has responded to. So if you have any more suggestions, any more inputs that you wish to make, please do so. Keep posting them, keep sharing, and our policy team is taking note of that, and we will be sure to include those in our national ICT policy draft that is due in March next year. Thank you very much, our team from the cybersecurity and cyber safety thematic area. Thank you, Solomon. Thank you very much for your time here, and thank you, Georgina. You may please excuse yourself from the podium as well. Please, let's give another round of applause to our team in the cybersecurity space, our industry partners, and all the presenters who have given their input. This is related to the critical infrastructure as well, and that's where the CERT PNG, through the cybersecurity policy, the draft that is out, that is based on centralized coordination and decentralized implementation, because it's all about coordinating all our efforts that we leverage of what each of us are doing in the space as well. We very much appreciate the support of our good sponsors, and I would like to just acknowledge the National Broadcasting Corporation for their tremendous support in ensuring that we have the live stream that is going out, that is going on NBC TV. Thank you very much, Mr. Coronel and the team who have allowed and who have supported this through the ministry. We wish to acknowledge the support of our regulator, NICTA, and we are very, very fortunate to have here with us in our sitting today, our good chairman, Mr. Noel Morbia for NICTA, and of course, our good CEO, Mr. Kila Gulavui. And we would like to give this opportunity to our regulator to give their feedback on the ICT policy, on the ICT summit, and all that has happened in the last 2 days as well. So I would like to just welcome on the stage here our good chairman and our good CEO as well, and maybe we can have the secretary to accompany them as well here. Mr. Morbia is a legend in the industry, and we are very, very fortunate to have him on the NICTA board as the chairman, and we just very grateful for his leadership. You know, he was the one who brought the .PG into the country. Can you believe it? He was the first CEO of B-Mobile, and he is the epitome of the industry. And to have him on the board in NICTA, we believe that the industry will be going forward in leaps and strides. And given the input by our good minister as well, and we are very fortunate to have Mr. Noel Morbia will be presenting on behalf of NICTA. He's the regulator's view on where things will be going from here as well. We'd like to give a very special welcome to our good CEO, Mr. Kilavui as well. Thank you very much, sir, for your leadership. And of course, our good secretary, these three gentlemen, with our good MD, have put together this summit. So let's give them a round of applause. And I will now invite our good chairman, Mr. Noel Mobia, to give his feedback and his reaction on how he sees the industry going from here. Thank you, Mr. Mobia.
We'll have the presentation. Come on, please. While that's being prepared, thank you to the international listeners, people who are online with us and doing something different in this sector in PNG. Also would like to take the opportunity to thank the Minister and the Prime Minister for his presence yesterday, today, and Minister being continuously with us for the last 3 days. I take this opportunity to thank the ICT, being a new, young, vibrant department in the government of PNG, filled with very young, energetic young staff, so which is something that should happen in a public service. This is the field that belongs to the young ones. It's not a field that's for the older ones to stick around in, because as you know, there's a lot happening in this sector, and you just have heard from international presentations how we actually benchmark ourselves against what's been happening in the areas, in these respective fields in the different countries. What I'm going to speak on is the regulatory and licensing perspective on a couple of things that happen, and especially the silent M. Next slide, please. This will start with basically some history, and how did we get here? Where did we come from? Some expectations from the industry and the government on what needs to be happening in the regulatory and licensing space. And of course, these opinions are my own. I haven't discussed it with the board because we haven't gone to that level yet. Some preamble chat. As you heard, the domain name, the country code, top level domain name .pg was registered on the 26th of September 1991. The work on that began 1989 onwards. And there's a lot of history on this one. But we were the 67th country out of 204 at that time that got registered on the DNS database. You know, what did we do? Where did we go wrong? What happened? 67th, and in terms of today, we're probably ranking way, way below that. And I think the first things that happened in this field was the 1994 National Information and Communications Policy by the late Martin Thompson, Minister for Communications at that time. And that was the first document ever in this field that started. And after that, I think the major movement now was the NICTA Act that came in 2009, National ICT Act, not NICTA. And on the 10th of November 2021 is the first summit, and very shortly it will be the first cyber bill going through as an act. So it will be very interesting times for PNG. In all of that, I think M is the missing one. M is media. Most of the time we talk, we don't mention media, we just call ICT. But this is a converged world. Media plays equally a very important role, if not the very important role. PNG is an information seeking country in which the downloads are very asymmetric, in the sense that we probably find in the rural sectors, you would see speeds of coming in ratios of 75% to 25. If in towns, you may be lucky to strike above 40% to 60%. So we're still an information seeking country. Most of our content is shows from offshore. It's not parked in this country.
The other thing that must be brought into perspective is the issue of content. And I think I want to mention that because I think you missed a lot out in these discussions. And NICTA now is going to make sure that media is given some space, media is given some focus, given some attention. Because as I go on through the slides, you will see how important it is. And I think NICTA now would be looking basically at developing an R&D unit. We would want to be pushing the boundaries beyond what is physical at the moment in PNG. Next slide. The 4 questions that were asked and posed by the ICT, you can see it in your write-ups. Next slide. The first question is the policies relating to cross-media and ownership. We got a couple of notes here on this one from the regulatory press perspective. This is basically a gray area at the moment. It needs some lighting up. And it needs lighting up in terms of legislation, policy, and of course, licensing and regulations. And those belongs to different partners that we partner with. And as you can see, the ICT would be the major carriage holder of this particular movement in policy and legislation, and all the others fall back behind that. We find that in PNG now, legislation, policy, regulations, and licensing are playing catch up. Industry is moving too fast for us. So what are we going to do? And that's why I said we need to stop here and say, why are we, is the governance mechanism by the government slower than the implementation by the industry? What should we do to reduce that gap in between the two? Next slide. Number 2, the convergence of media is actually the 3 C's coming together: computing, communications, and content. You put all that into one basket now with these new developments. And content lending in PNG, to some of us, has always been an issue. If you go to Singapore, if you go to other countries in the world, nobody propagates inbound content without regulations guiding it, and even fees being charged onto it. In PNG, it's a free-for-all. You bring anything in here, somebody just move it around. So we need to start focusing in the content lending in PNG territorial areas, and we start looking at how we're going to manage that. The other issue is the content warehousing. Why can't we get another Papua New Guinean company, go straight to another supplier of a service offshore and supply the same service that's being offered by party A on a different rate? So you source your content offshore, not internally, so there is no monopoly on the content. Policy discussions, as I say, have to go to these multiple content providers to give us that flexibility, and the issue of competition lowers pricing. I think there must be some trust in reshaping our policies and our legislation to encourage local growth. And I'm very happy to hear the minister announce the 2 interventions. And that's probably the next thing I should have said on the benchmarking. I haven't been to an ICT conference or workshop where an intervention by a minister is made. We had 2 today. Yeah? So let's give a big hand to our minister. And this is actually groundbreaking in this field. Next slide, please. No. No. Okay. I think what you would find is that as the market starts to mature, this cross ownership will start to take place. Initially, in the traditional markets, you run TV, you run TV. You run newspaper, you run newspaper. You run computer sales and retail, you do that. Not in this age. Things are going to evolve, are going to change. And again, we come back to this issue of legislation, policy, and regulations. Where does it all fit in with this changing environment? I think the other thing that needs to be mentioned here is the issue of national content in terms of requirements of business setups in PNG. The Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, has announced take PNG back as a policy statement. Why does that fit in on everything we're doing here? A company trying to set up in PNG. Do we give them the exclusive right to just come and set up? Or do we slap in a percentage of ownership relating to whatever the equity could be? And those are things that we as a country must do if we want to grow ourselves. If we don't, we're going to be big players on the backstage. And I think the Prime Minister has given the directive already, and it's upon every one of us to make sure that we accommodate that, and especially in the regulators, that we need to be a little bit more accommodating to government policy in what we do. I think the thing that comes forward is that the digital transformation bill is going through, and it's going to change a lot of areas here, and it's covered pretty well some of the issues I just mentioned. But in NICTA, the act that governs our operations, we encourage open dialogue on a lot of issues we do. So when we have an issue that comes up, we must go to the public and conduct public forums and get feedback and get the regulators, get the telcos, and also the players in the industry to participate in what we do. So that's part of our business. And that's how the spirit of the act is. The last question now that's asked, what other policies, regulations, and guidelines are needed and why? Any content that lands into PNG from outside is a silent killer of our identity. Let me stop there for a minute and let it sink in. Content is an identity killer. Every time NRL goes, everybody's an Australian. So you just lost your identity. So content must be governed in some shape and form. It must be legislated against. We must be serious about the content that's coming in here. We don't just pick anything off the satellite and we rebroadcast. No. You must get way or something like this. And I tend to let you know that NICTA is going to be very vigorous in this one. I think also, what do we do? How do we grow the local industry in content development and production and sales through our SMEs, as the minister has highlighted? What can we do here? And I'm looking at this as being a drive now for NICTA in the first quarter of next year. We will hold discussion forums and we will try and look at ways where we could help develop local content, because I think we got it's how many years now since internet came in, 1991 to now, which is what, 20 years? 30 years now. We're ready. So let's start developing content so your downloads is always not offshore. And what do? Do we get content aggregators to sit on PNG turf, or we let them sit outside to supply content in? Let me highlight what I mean by that. At the moment you go on Netflix, you go straight out to US or somewhere and you download and come in. Why can't Netflix come in country, set the server here, give some jobs to Papua New Guineans, and we go there and we access it from the site that's sitting there at the data center? We must start doing things differently. Otherwise, my friends, we're going to be left behind. So in NICTA, let me assure you, this new board is going to do a lot of interesting things, and it's going to be very interesting. So the other thing that I thought I'll just bring in is the issue of compensation to artists. And I've sat in on the discussion, and I'm thankful that our APA is actually doing a lot of work to compensate artists. And it's very good for us that this is happening. And I see a lot more happening in this space as of today when they were speaking. Conference takeaway, just some legislation, some policy, some legislation and licensing, some people we talked about, a lot of development in the field, and it's outrunning policy, legislation, and regulations, and law. A new domain is now hit our waterfront on the 1991. It's called the cyber domain. And my deputy presented that yesterday. 5 domains in the world. First domain, the land, where battles are fought. Second domain, sea, when we learn to make canoes and ships. Third domain, the air, when we learn to fly. Fourth domain, in space, when we know how to build rockets. Fifth domain is coming as a natural evolution of all this. And there's the cyber domain. And that's what some of us call the 5th domain. And this is where wars are fought, and a war is always evident, but battles are in different spaces around the world. And I think 93 seconds was quoted as a battle that goes on in one of these in terms of the cyber discussions this morning. We must, as Papua New Guineans, also embrace a balanced view with practical reality, driven by how much we can afford a system. We don't just go and buy a fancy system, and we put it in, and then we find out we cannot keep it going. Why we cannot keep it going? Firstly, money, but we can fix money. Second is we don't have knowledge transfer that came with that ICT project. ICT projects in country from now on must be coming in with a knowledge transfer clause in the contract. If we don't do that, we're not protecting our country, we're not giving jobs to our young ones. So we need to make that a very, very important point, that when we put this in, we make sure that the ideas are there. You mean embracing knowledge transfer. I think I was going to go into source codes and stuff, but we'll leave that for now. We have to talk a little bit about data, its security. We talked about that, storage, collection, movement of data. I think the discussion wasn't too much on how we move the data around. We were focusing on what's the data doing and how do we protect that. So where do we collect data? Is it only on the internet, or do we collect it at the ward level? Do we collect it at the provincial level? Those are developmental data. That's not information that's generated outside. That's local knowledge. So we need to spend some time bringing in the natural PNG data. We need to build that. We need to maybe work with data code to build a very strong data center and start storing PNG data. I think I made a simple comment only. Media needs to be accommodated in the prominent scale in the convention space alongside ICT. We can't forget media. We must somehow, and NICTA itself doesn't carry media in it. It should be, some media should be in there somewhere. And lastly, like I said earlier, I came very quickly to that. I think we should be very strong on knowledge transfer. All our young ones are coming out of the universities. Some of them are very good with ICT. And some are even not self-taught at home. Where do we give jobs to these people in this sector? We've got a lot of jobs coming up. If we give contracts out, we should lock in our young people to be part and parcel of the country. True knowledge transfer. We train them on a project, and of course, the knowledge they gain from that and the experience will serve them a lifetime. I think that's basically my talk for today. It's just an oversight from some experience I've had over the years in this field, and I just want to share. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mobia. Thank you very much for sharing the wisdom and the experience that has gained over the years on how we can go from PNG, our current market, to what a mature market looks like. And we very much appreciate those sentiments in the area of media, content, and knowledge transfer, and how data, how do we process our local data, how do we generate, and how do we disseminate for development purposes. So thank you very much, Mr. Mobia, and thank you, our good CEO, Mr. Kilagulavui, for joining us as well. Well, we will now, Mr. Mobia has presented an overview and what is expected from the industry and government. I will now invite our good Deputy Secretary for Policy and Emerging Technologies, Mr. Flil Shongol, and he will give a brief summary of our main points for today and during the last 2 days as well. And from there, we will have our closing remarks and vote of thanks from our good secretary. Please make welcome a summary of our discussion for the last few days, our good Deputy Secretary, Mr. Shongol.
Thank you, MC. And all right, thank you. Good morning all, and good morning to all our listeners out there. Nick, the board chairman, CEO, and good secretary. I've been given 3 minutes to squeeze in 3 days of presentation, which is quite impossible. But fortunately, I have only 3 pages, so it's all timed. So I'll just take you back a step back, and then moving forward. So a step back to look at the 2008 policy. So the government policy at the time, as we know, is focused on sustainable competition. And it's about bringing about a market discipline to drive accessibility and affordability. But today we realize that the trends in the market is changing. And ICT is now driving transformation across all sectors of the economy. And so this summit is really about establishing the recent development in the economy, understand the issues, and consider the policy options to capture the changes and the trends and practices that have happened over the past years. And so the thematic area that we set, or the theme of the summit that we set for this summit was enhancing our economy through ICT and digital transformation. And it basically reflects the government thinking on embracing ICT as an enabler for development. So you will know that previously we are focused on developing the sector about supply, but now the demand is coming. So we are now more focused on ICT enabling development, and that's where digital transformation comes in. So in preparing for this summit, we took our cue from the National ICT Roadmap. And the roadmap points to 6 pillars, which is about digital infrastructure, digital services, digital skills, digital government, digital business, and digital safety. So that is where we took our cue from these key pillars. So these thematic areas were intended to provide further insights on current trends and developments in PNG and to assist the government to chart clear policy directions that will enable PNG to embrace technology for development. So the question I ask now, did we achieve what we intend to achieve out of this summit? And that's the question I think is going through our mind. The short answer is yes. The discussion surrounding each of the thematic areas gave us just a snapshot on current status and challenges and issues that will now form the basis for the department to propose policy directions and engage in consultation going forward. The policy will now address supply and the demand Now the current ICT policy, as I have mentioned earlier, is about driving competition to increase the supply of ICT services. The discussions around thematic area 1, which is about connectivity and access, indicates that there is yet a challenge in reaching out to a rural population. The bulk of our people living in rural areas. Even the cities and the towns that already have coverage, we now have an issue of reliability. How do we address in the coming policy? And there were some indications during those presentations of options that we can look at adopting, and it's about community network. One of the presenters talked about community network. Those are options that are made available, presented to us. Uptake of digital services depends on reliable connectivity. And as I mentioned, that was presented to us. Digital government services, financial inclusion, smart applications, SME, and our government minister has been has placed emphasis on SMEs. The question on how the digital government is going to help grow the SMEs, that needs to be clearly affected in the coming policy. Okay. The word collaboration and partnership resonate in many of the presentations, including the ones on safety of our critical national infrastructure, cybersecurity, cyber safety, as well as promoting digital skills and literacy. Many of the presenters said collaboration is the key, and partnership between the private and the public sector. So where do we fuse this collaboration and partnership, and how do we do it? And the deliberations that the presenters has given us today has given us some hint to start. Some of the presentations pointed towards the tax incentives, tax holiday to the ICT sector. If they can do that with other sectors, ICT now is becoming as equally important as the other sectors, a priority within the government. So is there, we can look at tax holidays. Digital has mentioned to us that they are now looking at selling one bank phone for 15 kina. But now I think the one bank phone is outdated. We are now advancing in technology. We're going 5G, so we no more need one bank. Maybe we need 5 bank. I don't know what 5 bank is. Okay. Now we went on to the presentation on media, and our good chairman has mentioned that media is a missing letter in the ICT. We cannot see M in the ICT. It's letter I, C, and T. There is no M there. So how do we do that? So presentation on media and broadcasting, stress on convergence and cross media, and also point towards untapped income opportunities that the convergence brings. How do we tap into that? And it is very clear that we need a clear policy direction. And a good chairman has pointed towards the old 1994 policy on national information and communication. That policy, the content talks about media. So there is already a basis there for us to take you from. Cybersecurity, and our presenters cannot stress more enough that cybersecurity has to be considered at every steps of the process in the system. It's very critical at this time. Taking a proactive approach through awareness and systematic way to do that is to introduce cybersecurity as early in the primary and secondary schools. There is a lot to do in cybersecurity space, but we need a clear policy direction with a strategy that provides clear procedure, operational procedure, including clear reporting channels through a coordinated approach. So this is just a high-level mention of the 3 days of presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, what is the next step? The summit is part of the process on developing the national ICT policy, 2022 to 2024. The department will now review all the presentations and discussions, and that will assist us to generally understand the trends. We will formulate a policy framework, but having in mind that this is a nationalized policy. It's an overarching policy. And it will point a general direction for addressing various issues and challenges, and as well as pointing a pathway for collaboration and partnership to support ongoing initiatives within the economic and social sector. The subset policies will be developed separately to address specific matters such as cybersecurity, or the minister is talking about MSMEs. The strategies can be developed, but taking cue from the broader policy framework. All of you that have presented over the last 3 days, and those of you here, are now part of this policy formulation process. And we will engage with you at various levels of consultation. As Minister has mentioned, we, including all of you, are given a timeline of the first quarter next year to deliver this policy. But we must ensure that the policy we deliver is appropriate and relevant to PNG case, consistent with the best practices by engaging with you in the industry and all our key stakeholders. With that, this brings us the summary of our presentation, and we will continue to engage with you. You're very important to us. You are our key stakeholders. So please keep tuning in. Thank you very much.
Let's give another round of applause for our good deputy. He's had sleepless nights in the last 2 weeks leading up to this, and all our policy team who have put together this summit, and very valuable inputs. Mr. Mobi, I'm sure you and our good CEO will be very happy with those feedback, and your presentation before has sort of set the pace for us in the sort of ambitions that we have going forward. Well, it is now time to invite our good secretary. Please, let's give a round of applause to our good secretary for his leadership. We've all been really inspired, and he has sort of been the one and making sure that this summit has come to what it is today. And we all appreciate his leadership, and we are very grateful that the government has given the department such a wonderful and energetic and hardworking, very strategic leader for us. And we are very, very grateful. And to come and to give his vote of thanks to everyone and to bring our ICT summit to an end, let us please join our hands together in welcoming our good secretary for the Department of ICT, Mr. Stephen Matano.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Russell, and of course, Deputy for Policy, Flil Shongol, for coming in and doing the summary. Unfortunately, I was the one responsible for telling him to do it in 3 minutes. So just know that that summary is not exhaustive. It's not comprehensive at this stage. Believe me, he has more than 3 pages there. So just so you all know out there. I think our good minister, Honorable Timothy Masyu, has done his official closing speech. So I don't have anything to say. What he's covered, he has covered, and we will action that accordingly. He's called upon for us to fast track the ICT policy. We also have a UAS policy, and there'll be consequential reforms within the sector as we go. So 2022 is going to be another big year for the ICT sector. That I can tell you. And we have very good senior leadership also from the regulatory side. We have our CEO sitting there, Mr. Kila Gulovui, as well as thank you, as well as our chairman, Mr. Noel Mobia. And so we've got good leadership within the sector. I want to tell all the stakeholders out there, we have a good responsive minister, which is one of the biggest things that's needed to move the sector forward. And yes, let me put your hands together for our minister. We have a good minister that comes and sees what we're doing, and he cares about the sector, which is very hard to, sort of find someone who really, really cherishes the sector and has a lot of passion for the sector. So with that being said, we have a lot to be done. All the talking is being done, and we are collating it, and we will work towards implementing. So all those, to all the stakeholders and the public that have been listening online and commenting, we are taking note of every single comment. And some of you will know I was responding directly as well on the first 2 days. And we are collating every comment, both negative, positive, constructive comments, everything, we are collecting it. And so we will do our best to put it together and meet the deadlines of both the ministry and the government as well. So, and let me just another special thank you on top of the minister to our good Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, for coming, and thank you. Let's give a hand for coming here and also giving some commitments on proposed legislation. So with that being said, thank you once again, and I will sort of just officially close this now. And thank you everyone for coming on board every day, listening. There's a lot of passionate ICT stakeholders out there, some I'm seeing here physically and online too. So thank you once again. We officially close this event. So beyond this, we have, as Minister mentioned and instructed, we have Business Council here as well. And we will be doing a short event to sign a MOU where we start looking at implementing some of our minister's instructions. And for those that are here physically, we will probably switch off after this, but those who are physically here, you're free to stay on, and it will probably last for the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll invite them in shortly now to sign for the signing of an MOU between the department and the Business Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Chairman NICTA, and thank you, our good CEO for NICTA. Well, thank you everyone who have joined us for the last 3 days. Our good National ICT Summit, our inaugural National ICT Summit is coming to an end, and we just like to extend a vote of thanks to all our presenters, to all our audience who have joined us from our beautiful country, Papua New Guinea. Thank you very much for supporting the sector. From our friends in the industry, thank you for your support, and thank you for being present and giving your feedback towards the course of this ICT Summit. We'd like to make a special mention to our regional partners, the Pacific chapter of the Internet Society. Thank you very much for rebroadcasting our stream as well. We'd like to thank our MSME and our Business Council of PNG, who will be doing a signing straight after this as well. We'd like to acknowledge Flying Labs, and we wish to make a very special welcome to SpiderTech. SpiderTech have set this media production today, and it's been broadcasted. We wish to thank Stephen Vela and your good wife Vagi for making sure that everything is going on schedule and providing the technical expertise as well. We wish to give a very special welcome and a thank you to the National Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, The Voice, and the video of Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Kevin Marai and the team who are here with us. And thank you to our good MD, Mr. Coronel. We wish to give a very special welcome to NICTA. Thank you, NICTA, as well, our good CEO and the board chairman who are here for your presentation and for your support financially towards this program as well, the National ICT Summit. We wish to give a very special thank you, and I wish to acknowledge all the hardworking staff from the Department of ICT. From our drivers to all our staff who have worked hard for this. Thank you very much. To my good Deputy Shongol and Council and our good Chairman, Mr. Alan Long, thank you for the team who have put together and who have worked long hours to deliver this National ICT Summit. We are also very thankful. The department is very big on skills transfer, and we have our interns who have joined us as well, and who have taken on board the responsibility of making sure that the program is running as well. So thank you to our interns who have joined us, and we will be starting an internship program. So keep an eye out as well as we go on the media to announce our internship program. And our good interns have gone across, and we wish to thank our school at Jubilee for allowing us to broadcast our partnership with PNG Flying Labs as well. So with those remarks, I wish to thank all of us for joining in. Thank our good people of Papua New Guinea for your support in supporting the sector. We look forward to coming bigger and stronger next year around this time as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Taniki Badaheria Momokani. Thank you everyone for joining us on our live stream as well, and on NBC and on our NBC radio as well. We will now proceed to the signing of our MOU with the Business Council of PNG, and I would like to welcome on stage as we end our transmission and as we transit to the signing as well. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.